her representative, the head of SRO, is here with us. My senior colleague, our ever handsome Professor Pimpon from the Political Science Department, our Vice Dean, Student Affairs. Today, I must say that it is a great honor that in the midst of my senior colleagues, a decision is still made for me to share this all-important occasion. When you look at our theme, beyond the degree, there are a lot of uncertainties beyond our graduation. We don't know what the future holds for us. We don't know what tomorrow holds for us. A lot of us may not even know how to navigate the journey after graduation. And so today we have distinguished leaders who are here with us today to share with us some insightful thoughts. And to me, it is very important for us to have chosen the theme, building or developing competent leaders for a changing world. The bane of Africa has always been the problem of leadership. For wherever we are today, as an institution, as an organization, as a country, for us to be able to move from where we are to the desirable end state that we want to be is the quality of leadership. Without quality leadership, it becomes very difficult for us to move from where we are to where we want to be tomorrow. So, indeed, it is a rebirth of hope for us today as students who are eager to learn are gathered here today under the feet of renowned experts to listen to their thoughts. I was happy when they mentioned that to me, what is important and the greatest legacy of a man is the people that he develops. It doesn't matter the empire we build today. If we do not build leaders for tomorrow who can sustain and grow it, whatever we build today will come to naught tomorrow. When we look at the good book, there is a perfect scenario that makes it important for us to develop our future leaders. We hear of a man whose name is Elijah. This man had a servant by name Elisha. We are told that when the time was due for Elijah to go, the mantle fell on Elisha, and so Elisha was equipped with what it takes to continue the work of Elijah. We hear that when Elisha's servant by name Gehazi missed the mark because there was something that he didn't need to do, but this man did it, and so he missed the mark. And so what it meant was that Gehazi couldn't take the mantle from Elisha. And so when Elisha died, he took his mantle to the grave. And that is why we are told that there was a point in time when they were going to bury a dead person. The corpse fell on Elisha's grave, and the dead body got life again because the mantle was in the grave. We do not want to have that situation, and that is why our renowned leaders today would want to pour themselves into you, so that when their time is due and they are going, they will go empty, and they will be sure that we can safeguard the future that they are building for us today. For me, you cannot trust a leader who doesn't have scars. But when you look at these speakers we have outlined, we can indeed say this is an A team. And this is an all-star team. Because you look at our Osahin, a man who is leading what we call a super minority in parliament against all odds, making the few people in parliament very resilient and very useful. So this is a man who speaks to you about leadership. You know that he is talking from experience and not just a rhetoric. You look at our registrar. She has been a hall manageress. She has headed the academic affairs. She has headed the division of human resource. And today, she is our registrar. She has gone through the mill. Now, when you look at Dr. Victor Asari Bampo, what I can say is that where he heads is one of a place that is always confronted with challenges. An area where politicians would always want to explore to win political points. And so if he's able to stem the tide at that place, then we know this is a man with many solutions. So with these people behind me, I am confident that today is going to be a good day. We are going to hear what the employers would need from us beyond the degree. We are going to hear leadership tips from people who are there already and who know the road. We will be able today to build networks. In fact, networks that matter, not networks that will lead us astray. So I believe that whilst today I am going to sit down and jot down some points, because as the head of the department that trains human resource management practitioners, I am going to jot down what they will say so that I will incorporate it into my lecture notes. So I am ready to learn. I believe you are ready to learn. I promise today will be exciting, and we are waiting for that. Let us make the best of the day. I accept to chair this conference, and it's a privilege and honor. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, the HOD for Human Resource Management of the School of Business, University of Education, Winneba. We are so glad you have accepted to be the chairman for this very important occasion. At this point, ladies and gentlemen, I'll take the opportunity to introduce to us some dignitaries who have joined us for this program. And so I'll begin by introducing all departmental presidents who have joined us this morning. Kindly rise and let's welcome you here into the auditorium. All departmental presidents. Okay, thank you very much for joining us. Now, all presidents of the various JCRCs, can we see you? And the entire executives of all the JCRCs, can we see you? All presidents and the executives, okay. We also have with us the leadership of the local NUCs with us. Local NUC secretary, I've seen her here. Can you give us a wave, local NUC secretary? I've also seen the local NUCs president with us. Where is he? Okay, I think he stepped out. We also have here the SRC executives. You have the SRC treasurer, Araba, with us. President, I didn't see you rise. The local NUCs president. You are very much welcome, sir. We also have the SRC treasurer with us. Araba, are you still around? Okay, you are welcome. We have the SRC secretary. She's not with us presently. I'm sure due to one or two reasons she'll join us later. We also have with us the SRC Sports and Games. Is she around? SRC Sports and Games. Okay, we have the SRC Vice President with us, His Excellency Raphael. Let's welcome him, Raphael Donko. Let's welcome, let's celebrate and let's put our hands together. Okay, we also have with us the very person whose vision started a year ago, last year he was campaigning vigorously to lead the SRC, and in fact, over the years he has proven to be a leader who really has the potential to lead the SRC. We have seen a lot from him. Yesterday he was on GH1 to advertise this program. Today he's here. The up and down have been so much, but he's still here with us. His Excellency Ebenezer Anobil. Let's welcome him into the auditorium. His Excellency, you are very much welcome. We also have with us some faculty members from various faculties. We have the alumni president and a lecturer within the Educational Studies Department. Dr. Samuel Ofori Dankwa is with us. Let's welcome him. Sir, can you please rise so we see you? Thank you very much. We also have with us the head of department for journalism and media studies, or exam officer for strategic communication. Yes, and then a very professional lecturer who lectures in the journalism and media studies department of the School of Communication and Media Studies. In fact, this is a woman I believe that all the ladies here would want to look up to. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you Dr. Elizabeth Isiama. Let's welcome her. We also have one senior most man from the Social Studies Department of the Faculty of Social Sciences Education. He's a young man who most of us, the young men, look up to. Say, pardon me, I'll get the name later on and then mention. So we have with us one of the lecturers within the Social Studies Department. The appropriate time, I'll do the proper introduction. We also have the former head of department for the Political Science Department. Currently, he is the Vice Dean of the Student Affairs. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Professor Samuel Pimpong. We have also been joined by a lot of senior men and senior women from the National Health Insurance. We have with us Oswald Iswa Mensah, the Director of Corporate Affairs, National Health Insurance. We also have with us Faustina Derry, Head of Communication, National Health Insurance. We also have Angela Asiedu Esquire, Deputy Director, Marketing and Branding, National Health Insurance. We also have Nina Amuabuaben, Executive Secretary to the Chief Executive Officer. We also have Mr. Uew Src Thompson, the Acting General Regional Director, I think, of Central Region. Thank you very much, sir. We also have with us Dr. Abna Ekufua Esia Donko, Deputy Director, CPC Cape Coast. Can you please rise? Thank you very much for coming. I've also seen the SRC will come with us. Give us a wave. Yes, so ladies and gentlemen, these are the dignitaries who have joined us for this program. The SRC PRO is here. Sir, kindly rise. Let's welcome you. Thank you for being here. We have a lot of media partners with us this day. We have the Radio Windy Bay with us. Radio Windy Bay, they are streaming live on Facebook. So if you are here, you can just log on to Facebook, Radio Windy Bay, and share the link for others who are not here to join us. We also have Osimpam FM with us. We have Nice FM also with us as media partners. And so thank you all for coming and agreeing to be part of this program. We shall now take the welcome address. And to do us the honor, ladies and gentlemen, I welcome to the podium Professor Samuel Pimpong to give us the welcome address.
Good morning to you all, our distinguished guests, all protocols observed, ladies and gentlemen. I have the privilege to give you the welcoming address. On behalf of management and on behalf of the Office of the Dean of Students, I welcome you all here. Of much importance is what we are going to discuss today that has to do with beyond the degree and what we should expect. As students, I strongly believe that yes, you are here theoretically to get the degree, but everything goes beyond getting a degree. And once you are done, this place is a place to acquire the necessary discipline to get yourself in a good religious standing with your maker. You are also here even to in the long run study each other and probably get a life partner once you leave this campus. Yes, I'm a product of that. I was with the University of Ghana, and that is where I got my beloved wife. So, yes, I've been married for close to 29 years, and I hope you take something out of it. Okay, because there's going to be a presentation, I'll not take much of your time, but I'll ask and plead with you that you are all ears and listen so that we leave here all very happy. Thank you very much.
We can do it much better for the Professor Samuel Pimpon, the Deputy Dean for the Office of the Dean of Student Affairs. Now, we also have some other dignitaries that I would like to take the privilege of introducing them to you. We have Dr. Clark Ebo Yale from the Social Studies Department. Let's welcome him. Doc, can you please rise? Your people want to see you. Thank you very much, Doc. We also have the local NUCS treasurer, Honorable Emmanuel Asewa Amwa, with us. Let's welcome her. And then we have from the SRO, the head of the SRO, who is today representing the registrar for the University of Education, Winneba, Mr. Raymond Boyson. Let's welcome him. Thank you very much, sir. At this point, ladies and gentlemen, we shall proceed to take the purpose of gathering, and to do this, help me welcome the president for the Student Representative Council, the 31st SRC president, in the person of His Excellency Emmanuel Anobil. Ebenezer Anobil, sorry. Ebenezer Anobil.
Thank you so much, MC. So just as it was being corrected by my very own people, I'm Anobil Ebenezer. Thank you. Distinguished speakers, respected university authorities, invited guests, and fellow students. On behalf of the Student Representative Council of the University of Education, Winneba, I warmly welcome you to the Beyond the Degree Conference 2026. Ladies and gentlemen, we have gathered here today because we recognize the important truth a university degree alone wouldn't be enough. The world our generation is stepping into demands more than academic knowledge. It demands leadership, competence, innovation, financial wisdom. It demands civic responsibility. And that is exactly why the SRC initiated the Beyond the Degree Conference. This conference was created to expose students to practical leadership, insight from distinguished individuals who have walked the path of impact and excellence. Under the theme, Developing Competent Leaders for a Changing World, we seek to challenge students to see themselves not just as graduates, but as future leaders and nation builders. Today's conversation focuses on three critical areas: career and professional leadership, civic and political leadership, and financial leadership, all essential pillars for success in today's world. We therefore deeply honored by the presence of our distinguished speakers, including the Minority Leader of Parliament and member of the Efutu constituency, which I belong, Honorable Osaine Alexander Afinyo Markin, who have graciously accepted to share his wisdom with us. And also, Dr. Victor Bampo, who has supported us making this a reality. To my fellow students, I encourage you to listen attentively, engage boldly, and take seriously lessons that will emerge from this conference. Because at the end of today, the degree may open the door, but competence determines how far you go. Once again, you're warmly welcome, and we wish you the very impactful conference for today. Thank you.
You are warmly welcome, and we wish we have an impactful conference right here today. Let's celebrate the SRC president once more. So like I said earlier, we are live on Facebook, Radio Windy Bay, and this is the Jofosa Namoa Mensa Conference Center. This is where we are having the program Beyond the Degree under the auspices of the Student Representative Council. Now, having been ushered into the program and being informed of the purpose of today's program, let me remind you that the National Health Insurance have their desk out there, and they are offering some services at no cost. So if you want to renew your health insurance, you can go there. If you also want to have a new health insurance card, they will make sure they help you through. We have also Zenith Bank with us. They have introduced a new account called the Aspire Student Account, which has a less charge. And then also they have the Ghana Link card, which can be used at their ATMs and as eSwitch without a charge. And so you can go there and get yourself registered with Zenith Bank. We also have with us Ghana Pay. And so as students, I'm sure one of the key things we would want to have is the Ghana Pay account, because that is where the 715 is paid, right? So if you don't have it, it means your 715 will be in shambles. So ladies and gentlemen, you can go out there and register with the Ghana Pay. And also we have the CBG with us, Consolidated Bank Ghana. They are also here to help us open accounts and then have our own account even as we are students. At this point, we have been sitting for quite a while, and so we shall introduce a JAMA session to entertain us briefly before we welcome Osahin into the auditorium pretty shortly. And so Matkosa is ready with us. Let's welcome Matkosa.
Matkosa.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much, Matkosa. Thank you, thank you, thank you. That was the Matkosa Jama group. That was the Matkosa Jama group. And I believe we all enjoyed ourselves. We've all had a very good time. Do not worry, do not fret, they'll be back very soon. But as we are here to gain knowledge and insight, we'd like to invite Miss Araba to give us the introduction of our first speaker. Let's give her a round of applause as she. As Ms. Araba comes on stage, we'd like to remind everyone that this program is in partnership with Consolidated Bank Ghana. They have a booth outside, a stand outside where you can register and sign up for a bank account. Ms. Araba.
Good morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. All protocols here. I am Comfort Abnakwe, the SRC Treasurer for this noble institution. It is my privilege to introduce our speaker for today's program. Please permit me to read a brief profile of this great personality. It is often said that great institutions are shaped not only by ideas, but by the leaders who bring those ideas to life. Our speaker is one who is such a remarkable leader. It is a privilege to introduce a woman whose life and career exemplify excellence and distinguished service in higher education. She is a product of Infantiman Girls Secondary School and Abraman Secondary School, where she obtained her ordinary level and advanced level certificates. She later pursued higher education at the University of Cape Coast, earning a Bachelor of Education in Social Sciences and a Master of Education in Educational Administration. In 2009, she further strengthened her expertise with a Master of Business Administration in Human Resource from the Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology. She began her career in UEW in 2002 as a Senior Administrative Assistant, where she established strong foundation in human resource management. Her professional journey in university administration has been marked by dedication and excellence. She has served as Hall Manageress of Simpa Hall, Head of Examinations Department, and Deputy Registrar. Through competence, integrity, and visionary leadership, she now serves as the Registrar of this noble institution, University of Education, Winneba, playing a central role in advancing its administrative and academic mission. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in warmly welcoming a woman of remarkable achievement, Mrs. Ekua Abedibuafo, as our speaker for today. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm sure everybody was surprised to see a bald-headed man coming for the registrar, but we celebrate her achievements. In this month in this time of celebrating the woman, we say congratulations to her. She's unable to join, but she has given me the job to deliver her speech or her insights into the topic that was given. I hope it comes up very soon. But we are going to have a strategic conversation on navigating career pathways, public leadership, and intellectual growth. And I hope that at the end of this conversation, you would be challenged to move forward beyond what the norm stands for. The dream of every student in this university, and many students, is to graduate. We see the gowns, we see the photographs on that day. There's the applause and there's the euphoria. And everybody is celebrating with you. We hear the congratulations from each and every one. And at the end of the day, everybody is happy. But beyond the graduation, there is a bigger question that we must all ask, or graduates start to ask themselves. What happens after university? Will my degree be enough? How do I build a meaningful future? How do I become valuable? How do I become relevant and impactful? You see, your university may give you a degree, but only deliberate growth will give you a future. And this is one thing that I want you to bear in mind. If you don't take anything at all from this program, please ask yourself, or please bear this in mind. University may give you a degree, but only deliberate growth would give you a future. Please, one moment. My presentation is going to cover a few areas. Life after the university, what's the transition? Career pathways after graduation, building a strong CV, public leadership and responsibility, intellectual growth after school, and practical steps for students that would help you in building this career pathway at the end of the day. Let us begin with the reality of life after university. Life or university life is structured. There are timetables. You have the lecture hours, you have quizzes, you have assignments, group work, exams, semesters. There is a clear system for you. You know when to register, you know when to attend class, you know when to submit work, and when to prepare for exams. But the reality is that life after university is very different, because there is much more that is not as structured as life is in the university. The world you enter into is self-directed. There are a lot of things that you must take the initiative, you must adapt, and you must take personal responsibility for a lot of things. Success after school is not automatic. It requires that you aid yourself. It must be navigated. There is a common graduate experience that many can relate to after graduation. Often a few weeks after you have finished that wonderful celebration, after you have finished sharing all those wonderful pictures that you have taken, a different feeling begins to emerge. The excitement settles. The picture stops circulating. The ceremony ends. And then finally, reality sets in. So what now? Where do I start? Am I really ready? What exactly am I supposed to do next? The moment becomes real, and it reminds us that life after university exists. It cannot be left to chance. You cannot just leave it to chance. It must be approached with thoughtfulness end preparation. Life after university is not a straight line. It is often, as you see in that picture over there, a road with so many pathways, some very confusing and winding ways. But every student must understand this. Winding roads sometimes lead to beautiful destinations. There is an important question I want every student to carry in their heart. Am I only trying to move fast, or am I becoming the right kind of person? Because in life, speed is not everything. Some people move quickly but are not deeply prepared. Some people move slowly, but they are becoming solid, disciplined, capable, and trustworthy people. The goal of life is not only quick arrival, it is about right formation. So as you think about your future, do not ask only, how soon can I get there? Also ask, who am I becoming as I prepare for where I'm going? The truth of the matter is that not everybody will get a job immediately after school. Not everybody will start in their dream role. Not everyone will work directly in the field they have studied. Not everyone will move at the same speed. Some people will start quickly. Others will take time. Some will begin in a different direction and later discover their due path or their true paths. Some will start small and grow steadily. Some will enter opportunities that they never originally planned for. Sometimes life unfolds differently from our plans, but still meaningfully. Sometimes the detour becomes the training ground. Sometimes the delay becomes the place of development. So do not measure life only by speed. Also measure life by growth. Let us now move into the issue of a career. Career is more than a job. A job gives us income. Many students think of a career simply as a job, but a career is much more than a job. You get a job. A job may give you income. You build a career. A career is a broader journey of your work, your contribution, your learning, your skill development, and your influence over a period of time. Career is not just where you work. It is also how you grow, what you become known for, the value you create, and the impact you make through your professional life. That means your career is something built over time. It evolves, it grows, it matures, and it often takes shape gradually, not instantly. The value of small beginnings. There is great value in humble beginnings. Some students will start as an intern, a volunteer, a teaching assistant, a research assistant, a national service person with 701. Is 701, 715. Or even in a small administrative support role. At a first glance, that kind of role may not look attractive. It may not look impressive. In this day of social media, where we are always packaging things and presenting them, that position, when you package it, may not look very attractive. It may not look impressive. But in that season, that person may be learning things that no lecture hall has fully taught you. Punctuality, teamwork, reporting lines, accountability, professionalism, communication, patience, and organizational culture. Years later or years down the line, those small experiences often become the hidden roots of excellence. So please do not despise humble beginnings. Sometimes what looks small is actually preparing you for a greater assignment. We have different career pathways and we'll explore a few of them. The first career pathway is professional employment. This is the path most people think of first when they complete school. And it remains very important. We have things like working in schools, banks, hospitals, NGOs, private companies, institutions, organizations, and many more formal organizations. And it remains a very important and valid part. But success in this space requires more than your certificate. It requires professionalism, discipline, teachability, reliability, and the ability to work with others. Some people may say, oh, me, I can't work with people. I like to do solitary work. In the job space, that may not work for you. An employer is not asking, did you graduate? They are also asking, can you contribute? Can you grow? Can we trust you to do your work well? Then we have entrepreneurship. Not every graduate will seek a job. Some will create opportunities. Some will identify problems and build solutions around them. Entrepreneurship is not only about profit. At its best, it's about value creation. It is about initiative. It is about seeing a need and deciding to do something about it. It may be a business. It may be a service. It may be a digital education solution. It may be a social enterprise. It may begin very small. In fact, some are here who have already started in that dimension. Some are making sobolo. Some are selling meat pies. Some are doing beads. Some are doing photography. Some are doing something in the line of entrepreneurship. Many successful ventures did not begin with huge capital. They began with observation. They began with courage, and they began with consistency over time. So students should not think only in terms of where can I be employed. You should also ask, what problem can I solve? What value can I create? What deficiency do I see in society? How can I solve societal problems? The third pathway is civil and public service. This may not always be glamorous, but is deeply significant because it shapes systems and affects people's lives. Some graduates will find their purpose in public administration, policy work, advocacy, community development, youth development, civil society organizations, and public institutions. This sometimes doesn't look as the best pathway, because when you compare it to the private individuals and the private organizations and people in other spaces, sometimes you will ask your question, hey, is this where I'm supposed to be? But people who work in public and civic service help communities function better. They influence structures. They improve institutions. They advocate for fairness, progress, and accountability. This is a meaningful and honorable path, should you choose it. Then the fourth career pathway has to do with academia and research. Some students would find their calling in academia and research. This would include postgraduate studies, scholarships, teaching, publishing, knowledge generation, and evidence-based problem solving. Never underestimate this part. Societies do not only grow through politics and business, they also grow through ideas, research, evidence, and critical thinking. Scholars and researchers help the future by producing knowledge that informs policy, teaching, innovation, and national development. In fact, some of you listening today may become lecturers, professors, or thought leaders, and that is a worthy part. Some of you are already TAs, are already in that line. You find yourself in that space. It is a worthy part indeed. The fifth career pathway, and forgive my numbering, are hybrid careers. Increasingly, many people are building hybrid careers. It has become a common practice in today's world. It is very common for someone to be a teacher and an entrepreneur, a lecturer and a consultant, a researcher and a policy advocate, an administrator and an innovator, a student and an entrepreneur. In fact, some of you are known as full-time businessmen, part-time students. So do not box yourself too early. Stay open to growth. Stay open to development. Stay open to discovering new possibilities, because around you there are so many opportunities and possibilities that you can take advantage of. Now, we are going to speak very candidly. Every year after graduation, we have thousands of transcripts being printed out across the country, across different institutions. Yes, a transcript is vital. It proves you have discipline. It proves that you can meet deadlines and that you possess the foundational knowledge. But a transcript is entirely retrospective. It tells a story of what you have done. The modern employer is looking for something prospective, your portfolio. They want to see the tangible evidence of your critical thinking. A degree alone does not guarantee relevance. I emphasize, a certificate will open a door, but your competence, your character, your deliberate growth are what will keep you in the room. Now let us be very practical. What makes a graduate competitive is not only a degree. The world is looking for people who can bring value. This includes communication skills, digital literacy, teamwork, critical thinking, professionalism, initiative, problem solving, integrity, emotional intelligence, and the ability to adapt to different situations. A student may have good grades and still struggle if they cannot write clearly, if they cannot speak confidently, if they cannot work with others, if they cannot meet deadlines, or if you can't handle responsibility with maturity. Who knows? Maybe you did chew, pour, pass, and forget. You came out with a first class, but you are struggling with real world skills. So after university, people are not only asking, what did you study? They are also asking, what can you do? What value can you bring? And can we trust you to do it well? I want us to address a very critical issue surrounding classes and degree. I want students to understand that degree classes matter, but it is not your destiny. You see, your CGPA was built over the years in the university, not at the point of graduation. Every year when we are getting to graduation, I have students coming into my office and asking, hey, this is my CGPA. No, there's an error with it. No, and then they come with wonderful ways of calculating their CGPA. And there was one time, one student came and said, eliminate the first 3 years and let us focus on the 4th year, because the 4th year is where I did well. So I should be graduated based on the 4th year. Hey. Wahala. So the last minute anxiety and calculations cannot change the journey already traveled. Once you enter into the university, you start building your GPA, your CGPA. That is why it's called your cumulative grade point average. It is cumulative. But you see, a degree may open the door, but it is only your one leg in the doorway. After university, what are we called? Please, can someone answer? When you finish university, what are you called? You are called graduates. Do we say first class, second class, lower? Pass. Certificate of participation. No. We are called graduates. And very soon, life stops asking who had first class and start asking who can deliver, who can grow, and who can build a meaningful future. That is why it's not unusual to see some first class graduates struggling after graduation, while others with lower classes strive. success in life is bigger than a certificate. It also depends on character, on skill, on resilience, on vision, and on determination. There is a saying by Booker T. Washington: success is not to be measured not so much by the position that one has reached in life as by the obstacles that one which he has overcome while trying to succeed. We often develop a skewed analysis for success or skewed measurements for success, looking exclusively at the final destination or the entry-level salary. However, Booker T. Washington is arguing that success is measured by the magnitude of the systemic hurdles you have navigated. Many of you have faced significant obstacles just to sit in this auditorium. Financial constraints, administrative processes, and steep learning curves. Do not discount that struggle. The capacity to push forward when the pathway is difficult or not clear is exactly what the global market is looking for. They are desperately seeking people who, when there are obstacles, they can navigate those obstacles. The obstacles you are overcoming right now are your career preparation. What are they? Family issues, emotional issues, psychological issues, belonging issues, social media issues. I want us to do a simple comparison. Imagine two graduates applying for the same role. Graduate A has very strong grades, but very poor communication, little initiative, and no practical exposure. But graduate B may not be the one with the absolute highest grades, but also understands how to leverage modern AI tools to optimize their workflow, has volunteer experience, and communicates complex ideas simply. When you give him a complex idea, he will break it down for you. Has some leadership experience, goes the extra mile, and has evidence of responsibility. In many cases, employers will gravitate to graduate B because that person will stand out more. I want to give you a simple story, and this is a very practical story. There were two graduates who finished in the same institution. One had a higher class than the other. They applied to the same institution, and then they were appointed. Same salary scale, same entry level. But then all of a sudden, 6 months down the line, you see that graduate B, who had the lower grades, is being given more responsibility, is doing well, being invited to more meetings and all of that. And you know how humans are. Then graduate A starts complaining. Hey, what is happening? This person who I had a better class than is advancing. What is happening? He had been crying within him. And one day he mustered courage to go to the employer and say, boss, please, I do not understand what is going on. We have been employed. Even I have a better class than this person. But what is happening? He is getting more responsibility, more benefits than I. The employer smiled, shook his head, and said, no problem. Then he invited the two of them and then gave them a simple task. Go down the street to the lady who is selling watermelon and ask the prices of watermelon for me. Graduate A said, this one is cocoa. I will show that I am knowledgeable. And he went and asked and came back speedily and told the employer, I have asked, and it is between 10 to 15 cedis depending on the size. And then the employer said, is that all? Said, yes. Okay, you have a seat. And then the second employee came in and he said, boss, I went to the woman and then I asked her how much they are. They are between 10 to 15 cedis. But then I also asked her, if we are buying in large quantities, are you willing to give us a discount? And she has agreed to give us a discount of 10% if we buy 30 or more watermelons. I asked with the other competitors, this person's own is smaller, the price is okay, but they are smaller. This person has fresher items, but the price is more expensive. I have done an analysis, and if we calculate, or if we buy 30 watermelons, we should still be able to make good profit. I also asked the woman, what about delivery? And she said, if we are buying 30 or more, she would give us delivery for free. And then I also started the conversation with her that if we are buying regularly, is she able to supply us? And she said yes, she's able to supply us regularly on a weekly basis. Do you see the difference? And then the employee turned to the other guy and said, you see, I asked you a very simple question, but you brought me an answer. But your colleague has given me an answer and has given me much more information to make a decision based on the answer he has given to me. When you add value, when you go beyond the norms, then you are recognized. When opportunity comes, what speaks for you first? Before you enter into that office for that interview, what speaks for you first? Often it is your CV or your resume that goes ahead of you. I ask this question, do you even have one? Do you have a CV? Do you have a resume? Hello? Do you have a CV? Do you have a resume? What is your CV or resume saying about you? You see, your CV is your readiness story. Before you get in to explain yourself, to say one or two things, your CV has already begun shaping the first impression about you. Your CV tells a story. What is your CV currently telling about you? A CV is not just a formal requirement. Like I said, it is your readiness story. It tells people whether you have passed through the university or whether you have actually built yourself whilst in university. A good CV should show more than attendance. It should show development. It should show growth. It should show that you have learned. It should show that you have served. It should show that you have built skills. It should show that you have taken initiative and prepared yourself to do what? To contribute. When opportunity comes, your CV should say, I have studied. It should also say, I am also prepared. What strengthens a CV is not decoration. It is the substance of it. Some people feel that, oh, my CV, I must format it in such a way that is very eye-catching. You see a very nice CV, but when you start going through, it is weightless because the substance it carries is not there. A strong student CV usually reflects some key things. Your academic qualification, relevant experience, leadership roles, useful skills, certifications, projects, achievements, and some other professional affiliations. A good CV or resume shows proof of seriousness. It tells your employers that you are a serious person. Substance over decoration. Stop seeing your CV as a document you hastily throw together in your final semester. Hey, I'm finishing university, so now this is the final. I must put a CV because they say when you are applying for jobs, you must give a CV. What strengthens a CV is not exaggerated grammar or complex formatting. It is verifiable substance, and I lay emphasis on verifiable. If you put a skill on paper, you must be able to defend it in the long run, in an interview. The most practical advice I can give you today is do not write your CV at the end of your 4 years. Build the life that will fill that CV right now. Experiences matter greatly on a CV. Internships, achievements, projects, and all of that. Experience tells an employer or institution that you have not only learned theory, but you have also functioned in real settings. It communicates that you have been exposed to real tasks, real people, and real responsibilities. Start now. Even small experiences count when they are meaningful. You need to build and present genuine skills. The clearest CVs, most relevant and most evidence-based ones are the ones that people are looking out for. And employees have now devised new practical ways of testing you. Aptitude tests, putting you to practical tests. If you say you can do A, B, C, D, they'll put you to the test. Don't give an exaggerated CV. 2 weeks ago, I saw a letter from a rural bank that was employing one student. And on the CV of the student, he had stated that he was awarded the best student for his group. But meanwhile, he graduated with a pass. And now, the organization had brought it for verification. And we were going to verify and sending it to the department. Is it true that so-and-so student with so-and-so a class is your best student? What do you think would happen when the employees see that you are not honest, you lack integrity? Short courses, certifications, and all those things, they matter. Engage in some of all those things. Whilst you are in school, engage in some of all these things and ensure that you are well placed and these things appear. Some common mistakes people make on their CV is that they submit a CV with poor formatting, spelling errors, exaggerated claims. They overload with unnecessary information. Please be relevant, be clear, be concise, be professional. A CV should look serious. We move into leadership. When we hear leadership, we often think of politics, SRC elections, titles, and all of that. But real public leadership is much broader because it is the ability to positively influence society through integrity, ideas, and actions. Leaders begin before the title is conferred. It begins in how you handle small responsibilities, how you treat people, and when there is no applause. You know, some people only treat people well when the cameras are looking at them. But what happens when the cameras are not there? How do you behave under pressure? A university should not only produce job seekers, it must produce problem solvers. If you are careless in small places or small spaces, a title will not suddenly make you responsible. Like I said, leadership is not first about the title. It's first about responsibility. If you use your knowledge, position, or influence to make life better for others, to improve society, you are already functioning in the spirit of leadership. This means every student here should think about leadership because education carries responsibility. Most of you are already leaders. It's no surprise that when you go home, after you entered university, when there are mature conversations, they are inviting you to sit in because they feel that you have a higher level of reasoning. You have gotten some experience that would help decisions that are being taken. They value your contributions. Leadership is action, not position. The difference between a good and a bad leader. Good leaders, humble, influence, and it goes on and on and on. You can take pictures of these ones and then talk about, and we talk about the bad leaders. It's arrogant, commands, is authoritarian, oppresses others, self-serving, talks a lot. A lot of people talk a lot, but the substance, when you weigh it, it doesn't tally with the actions. One of the greatest dangers after graduation is intellectual stagnation. Leaving the university must never mean leaving learning. The world is changing, and it's changing too rapidly for graduates to become mentally passive. In many ways, your real education begins after formal education ends, because you are no longer just learning to pass exams, you are now learning to solve societal problems. Read outside your discipline. Take short courses. Challenge your assumptions. A growing mind is your greatest lifelong asset. Read, question, and adapt. Follow the conversations. When you get into a room, be able to flow with the conversations around you. That would show that you are learning. Do not social media replace serious thinking. Do not let entertainment consume all your depth. Do not let your mind become busy but empty. Feed your mind with substance. Keep learning after school. Learn independently. Learn continuously. This is how relevance is sustained. Difficult roads often lead to beautiful destinations. The journey can be difficult, and I'm not going to lie to you. When you finish school, the journey ahead of you, it can be very difficult. It's not always smooth. There may be uncertainty, rejection, delayed opportunities, financial pressure, comparison, self-doubt, family expectations, even disappointment. These things are very real. And when students are not prepared mentally, these seasons can feel very overwhelming. But difficulty at the beginning does not mean failure in the end. A hard season is not the whole story. Many strong people were formed in difficult beginnings. This is especially important, this slide, in the age of social media. You may be trying to find your feet. You are struggling. 715 is not enough. And then all of a sudden, someone is posting a new job, a new office, a scholarship, or some major success. Or, the one that I feel so much is the God did moment. So they post, God did, oh, God did. And you are saying, hey, what about me? But remember this. Do not compare your behind the scenes, your scenes footage to someone else's highlight reel. People post results. They do not post struggles. They post outcomes. They do not always post the process. Stay focused on your growth. Stay focused on your preparation. Stay focused on your journey. The fingers are not all equal. Some people's results will come in the morning, some in the afternoon, some will come in the evening, some will come a minute before midnight. But they will all experience their own level of success. Some will celebrate big things, some not so big. Some will celebrate small success, but believe you me, everybody will celebrate. Pursue significance. Build a career with excellence. Carry leadership with responsibility. Live a life that matters. Let me now bring it to practical action. What should you do now? Start building your skills now. Improve your CV now. Volunteer now. Take internship seriously. Learn to communicate clearly. Protect your reputation. Stay teachable. Be useful in every room you enter. Do not drift through university. Be intentional. Be focused. Use your time well. Ask yourself often, what am I becoming? What am I known for? What value am I building? If an opportunity came today, would you be ready? These questions matter. Life's lessons, they teach us a lot. Sometime down the line, there are lessons life teaches us after school. Some are taught early, some a little later, but every day life teaches us a conscious lesson. One is that uncertainty does not always mean you are lost. Sometimes uncertainty is where patience, resilience, and clarity are formed. Another is that small beginnings often prepare us for bigger doors. Many people want to start at the top, but trust competence and depth are often built in ordinary places. And another lesson is that learning must continue after school. In many ways, your real education begins when formal education ends. But you are learning to stay relevant, to serve well, to grow into that person your future requires. Do not just pursue success, pursue significance. As I conclude, I leave you with this charge. Do not pursue a job, pursue value. Do not just seek visibility, build credibility. Do not just take aim, make aim. Do not just aim to make a living. Aim also to make impact. Do not be afraid to make mistakes. Hey, it's all part of the learning experience, all part of the learning curve. And that mistake you made, if you package it well and put it on your CV, I can tell you that somebody out there is looking for somebody who has failed and who is learning from their mistakes. Pursue significance. You are here to become men and women of integrity, of wisdom, of courage. Leave this university with direction, with discipline, and with determination to become a person of substance. Your generation must not only inherit the future, you must contribute to building it. And I believe that among the students listening to me today are future professors, are researchers, are public servants, are entrepreneurs, policymakers, members of parliament, chief justice, CEOs of organizations, and transformative leaders. But more importantly, I hope you become men and women of integrity, of wisdom, of courage, of compassion, and of service. Because these are the people that society can trust. These are the people institutions can depend on. These are the people who leave lasting footprints in time. Thank you very much for your attention, for your time, for your thoughtfulness, and for your presence.
We can even celebrate him much better than we have done. Thank you very much, Mr. Raymond Boyson. Lots of important things have been said by our speaker. He made mention of the fact that do not compare your behind the scenes with someone's highlight level or highlight reel. It tells you clearly that life does not happen to all of us at the same time. We all take turns to achieve whatever it is we intend to achieve. Thank you very much, sir, for that wonderful presentation. I believe we have been so much inspired by these words. Can we put our hands together once again for Mr. Raymond, who spoke on behalf of the Registrar for the University of Education, Winneba. Permit me to use this opportunity to also introduce some other dignitaries who have joined us for this program. We have with us the former GRASAC president of the University of Education, Winneba, Mr. Mafo. He's seated at the back. Can you please give us a wave so we welcome you, Mr. Mafo? Okay. We have also received the SRC secretary, Ms. Koto, with us. Kindly give us a wave. Let's welcome you. We have also received the SRC Sports and Games treasurer. Shall we please see you? Kindly give us a wave. The SRC Sports and Games treasurer. Thank you very much, sir. And then the SRC Sports and Games secretary. The SRC Sports and Games secretary, you are very much welcome, sir. We also have with us one man who not long ago left office as the municipal chief executive of the Efutu Municipal Assembly. He has been very instrumental in mentoring a lot of young men, and wherever you see this man, you see young people looking up to him, and he brings everyone close to him. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you Honorable Zubairu Kasim. Let's welcome him to the auditorium. Thank you very much, sir. You are welcome. Ladies and gentlemen, the program continues, and be reminded that we are streaming live on Facebook, Radio Windy Bay. Very much appreciation to our media partners, Osimpam FM, Nice FM, Radio Windy Bay, and then the Uew Src media. They are all here to help us have a very wonderful event, and we so much appreciate. Be reminded also that the National Health Insurance Authority is out there registering new members and then also renewing cards that are out of date. We also have Zenith Bank with us doing a lot for us. We also have with us the CBG, and then the friend to all national service persons, the Ghana Pay people. They are also out there. You can join them and register whatever it is you want to register with them. At this point, we shall take a presentation which is a spoken word presentation. And to do this presentation for us, we have one gentleman who has dedicated himself and his time to be speaking to us on issues that are relevant to our development and growth, and also coil and then put together words that are satisfying and can bring together a lot of things. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome K the poet, the spoken word artist for, let's welcome him. Where is he? Is it Nana K? A spoken word presentation. Okay, let's put our hands together for him as he mounts the podium to thrill us with a powerful presentation.
Good morning. My name is Deku the Poet. I'm a spoken word artist and a creative writer. And the spoken poem goes like this. Life may not have a complexion, but life has never been fair to us. You may be called mercy, but life will never show mercy to you. You may be called courage, but I swear you will never have the courage to stand in front of life. Beyond the walls of this degree and beyond the walls of this university is a reality that will beat you beyond measures. No matter how strong you are, I bet you can't face life. We are lightweight boxers who are fighting against life, who is a heavy-weighted boxer. How do you expect us to win? Nobody drinks from an empty bottle, so I ask you, what content are you having as a human? What content are you having as a student of UEW? Are you having a content that is openly given to you by your degree? Or you're having a content that you've learned it outside the corridors of this university? I tell you, you cannot live life with only the knowledge that you have here. Remember, knowledge simply means knowing to lead your age. You are asking, are you knowing to lead your age? Are you knowing to lead your age? Or it is your age that is leading you? We live life with wisdom, with knowledge. We don't live it with only books. Beyond the degree lies a world where you cannot live it with only your degree. It concerns with the people you know and the people that knows you. Remember, after all, we are in Africa, and it's a typical Ghanaian culture. Your degree will not get you there. It is who you know and who knows you. I ask you again, what content resides within you? Remember, some people's names are being mentioned not because of the titles they hold, but rather because of the impact they make. You can make mention of a lot of people, but you do not remember them because of the title. You remember them because of the impact they made. So I ask you, as you prepare yourself to face the world, what impact are you making? What impact are you going to make? Nobody eats a food that is not prepared. Everybody wants to eat a food that is well prepared. So I'm asking you, are you well prepared to face the world? Go beyond measures. Go beyond your limits. Go beyond who you are. Become the greatest like Muhammad Ali. You may be the first in class, but you may not be the first in life. You may be the last in class, but it does not mean you'll be the last in life. Remember, the curriculum of life doesn't reside within the degree that you hold. So I ask, you may have a degree, but will that degree be able to pedigree you into life? Thank you.
I think we can do it better for our poet. That was Deku the Poet, a student from the Political Science Department in the University of Education, Winneba. At this point, I'd like to remind every single one of us that when the head of the SRO was speaking, he said we need things to make our CVs look appealing to employers. That is why you are here at this conference. You can't tell anybody you were at the conference without proof that you were at the conference. That is why the SRC is organizing for us to have certificates at the low cost of 20 cedis. Please go outside to register with the ladies in the ambassadors highlighter. If you see them outside, register your name and then your certificate will be in within the week. As we move forward, we'd like to invite Miss Emanuela Ado, the local NUCS secretary, to give us the introduction for our next speaker. Let's give her a round of applause.
Good morning once again. My name is Emanuela Ado, the local NUC secretary, and today as I stand here, it is with a great pleasure to introduce our next speaker for today's program. Before I do that, permit me to read his profile. Dr. Victor Asare Bampo was appointed as the acting chief executive officer for the National Health Insurance Authority in January 2025. Until then, he worked for the United Nations as the UN Joint Program on HIV and AIDS. That was the UN AIDS Country Director for Kenya and AIDS representative to UN Habitat and the UN Environment Program. Before 1st September 2024, Dr. Victor was based at UN AIDS. Dr. Victor was based at UN AIDS Global Center in Geneva, Switzerland, where he headed the Partnerships for Program Implementation Department and was responsible for his organization's relationship with major funders like US PEPFAR and the Global Fund to fight AIDS, tuberculosis, and malaria. A former Deputy Minister of Health of Ghana, Dr. Victor was the Incident Commander for Ghana's Emergency Operations Center, which prepares for and responds to public health emergencies, including Ebola. In his immediate past role, Dr. Victor served on the Strategic Committee of the Board of the Global Fund to fight AIDS, tuberculosis, and malaria. Until recently an alternate board member for the UN AIDS constituency, which is made up of 11 UN co-sponsors. Dr. Victor has worked extensively with WHO, Gavi, UNICEF, UNFPA, UNDP, Stop TB, Unit Aid, and other partners, and has a very good network within the global health architecture, both at headquarters and at regional country level, having been a Deputy Minister of Health. He is experienced in building partnerships with civil society, governments, and bilateral and multilateral partners. Before serving in government and joining UN AIDS, Dr. Victor served for 10 good years in various capacities at the Global Funds in Geneva, including regional manager and senior fund portfolio manager. In his role, he managed grants to fight the 3 diseases in various countries, including Kenya, Uganda, and South Africa, with total funds under management over $3 billion. Before he took up this role, Dr. Victor worked with the United Kingdom Department for International Development as a regional health and HIV advisor in West Africa, and before that, as a medical officer with the Ministry of Health in Ghana. Dr. Bampo is a medical doctor by training, specializing in public health, which he obtained from the Johns Hopkins School of Hygiene and Public Health, Baltimore, USA. He is married and enjoys reading. And also he enjoys playing of tennis. I must say that we are very honored to have him in our midst to share his experience and knowledge. Ladies and gentlemen, join me in warmly welcoming Dr. Victor Asari Bampo, the CEO of NHIS.
What a wonderful welcome. Thank you so much. I hope you can all hear me. And I want to stand on existing protocols and to thank the previous speakers and the person who introduced me. Really grateful to be here. It's such a wonderful welcome. I wanted to say 3 things before I start speaking. So as I entered, I liked the Jama. It reminded me of the 200 years ago when I was in university. And then when you actually did this, you know, I wanted to dance and go back to my days. Then I was looking at the daily graphic of Monday and Joy FM on Monday morning. And the headline will be NHIA boss dances while Ghanaians are suffering. But I still think, and my director of corporate affairs was saying that, I think they're called Matkosa. Yes, I think today they will be sponsored to lunch from. And then the third thing I wanted to say before I start is, I am aware of the greatness of the school to which we have come. and it's a privilege for us to be here today. I was just doing a little bit of reading about this school, and a few names came to mind about people who have passed through. There was a gentleman who came here in 2016, finished in 2020. He's a young man. He's doing very well. I hear he's called Ernest Osei Bonsu, somewhere in Bono or something. He's employing 20 people. Fantastic. There was somebody else I read about called Juanita Sala, who is into media and advocacy. One of my own brothers who is the CEO of Goyle, Edward Bauer. He passed through these hallowed halls. And then you have another gentleman from Zimbabwe, Mr. Robert Mugabe, the late. I think he also passed away. So it's a really great school, and we are grateful for the invitation and all of us being here. So I think this is an opportune moment for me to start the small and short message that I have to share with you today. You know, every generation inherits a world it did not create. But every generation must decide whether it will leave the world better than it found it. Now, that responsibility belongs to you. Good morning again to the leadership of the SRC, distinguished faculty members, invited guests, and most importantly, the brilliant young leaders gathered here today. I'm so impressed with the numbers. I thought that there would be fewer people. For you to spend your Saturday here shows me how serious you are. It's really a privilege to join you at this conference. And I commend the SRC and its dynamic president for creating this platform that challenges students to think beyond academic credentials and prepare for the real responsibilities of leadership. I think the theme is both relevant and urgent. The world that you are graduating into will be very different from the one that you entered when you began your studies. In fact, the world is changing on the daily. Look at what is happening in the Middle East. Technology is transforming industries. Artificial intelligence is reshaping jobs. And climate and global health crises are redefining economies. In such a world, competence by itself is necessary but not sufficient. What matters is how you responsibly manage resources, institutions, and opportunities. To thrive in the coming decades, leaders must combine competence with discipline, with ethical judgment, resilience, and responsible resource management. That's why the subject that I've been asked to speak on today, responsible resource management for emerging leaders, is so important. When we all hear the word resources, our minds immediately go to money. But responsible resource management goes far beyond finances. Resources, as you know, and you can tell me better than I know myself, include time, opportunities, knowledge, institutions, information, and health, where we are most concerned about. But sometimes health is often overlooked, especially for you young people. Every great leader understands that you cannot build anything meaningful if the systems that support human well-being are weak. So a nation cannot be productive if its people are unhealthy. A business cannot thrive if its workforce is constantly struggling with untreated illness. And individuals cannot achieve their full potential if access to healthcare becomes a financial burden. Let me give you a real example from right here in our home in Ghana. One of the most powerful examples of responsible national resource management is my own organization, the National Health Insurance Scheme, which was created with a simple but powerful vision that no Ghanaian should be denied health care because they cannot afford it. It's that simple. Before NHIS, many families faced painful choices. People delayed seeking medical care because they were worried about hospital bills. Some waited until illnesses became severe before visiting a hospital. Others avoided healthcare altogether because they simply could not afford it. For many families, healthcare had become a financial gamble. NHIS was introduced to change that reality. From our humble beginnings, today we have more than 22 million Ghanaians, fully 66% of Ghanaians, who rely on NHIS to access healthcare without financial hardship. They have access to a wide range of services: outpatient care, inpatient treatment, maternity services, essential medicines, emergency care, and soon free primary health care. But beyond the statistics and the services, the real value of the NHIS lies in something deeper: security. It is the assurance that when life becomes unpredictable, when illnesses strike or accidents occur, people can receive care without financial devastation. That is how responsible national resource management looks like. A nation that invests in protecting the health of its people is investing in its productivity, its economic growth, and its social stability. But policies alone do not build strong systems. Over the years, working across international health organizations and national systems, one lesson has remained constant: it's people who do. And this is where you young people become extremely important. Students are not just beneficiaries of public systems like the NHIS. You are the future policymakers. You are the future educators, entrepreneurs, administrators, engineers, innovators, and health professionals who will shape how the systems function in the years ahead. When I came in, I was commenting on your SRC leadership and how SRC leadership from the past are now in leadership in government and other areas of the economy. And I was just saying to the SRC president, he was commenting on when I was being introduced. And I said to him, it is most likely that you are going to be much greater than all of us sitting up front here. The way you understand public institutions today will influence how you strengthen them tomorrow. For a long time, institutions like the NHIS often felt distant from young people. They seemed formal, bureaucratic, and difficult to relate to. Yet, young people are among those who need health security the most. Students manage tight budgets. Young professionals are just beginning their careers. Entrepreneurs are taking financial risks while building businesses. A single health emergency during these early stages of life can disrupt everything. This is one of the reasons we introduced the NHIS Campus Connect initiative. Campus Connect is based on a simple but powerful idea that public services should not wait for young people to come searching for them. The system must go where the young people are. Through Campus Connect, we engage students directly on campuses to explain their rights and responsibilities under the NHIS, help them register or renew their membership, and provide clear information about how they can access health care when they need it. Since its launch at the Takoradi Technical University, the initiative has expanded to institutions including the Accra Technical University, the University of Ghana, UHAS in Ho, engaging over 30,000 students through education, dialogue, and on-the-spot service delivery. Thousands of students have registered or renewed their membership through these engagements. This shows something very important, that when the right platforms are created, young people are eager to participate in strengthening national systems. But responsible leadership also requires something deeper, a mindset. Over the years in public service, I have come to believe that effective leadership rests on 3 simple principles. And if you leave here and you want to remember what I said, please remember these 3 things. The 3 simple principles: practicality, relevance, and responsibility. I call them the PRR. First of all, leaders must be practical. Good ideas are important, but ideas alone do not change societies. What matters is the ability to turn ideas into solutions that improve daily lives. Ideas must actually work in practice, not just on paper. Second, leaders must remain relevant. The world is changing rapidly. Institutions that do not adapt quickly become outdated. Leaders must constantly ask themselves, are we solving today's problems? Are we meeting people where they are? Imagine, even in my small organization with 4,600 people, and I have to engage with everybody. There needs to be a way by which you can sift so that you know who you can help or who can help you to deliver your agenda. If you are relevant, leaders see that you are relevant. You yourself will become a leader because of the relevance. This is why NHIS is embracing digital innovation. Today, members can register or renew their membership using the My NHIS app or by dialing *929# on their phones. These innovations remove long queues and make it easier for people to stay active in the scheme. Last but not the least, leaders must be responsible stewards of resources. Public resources belong to all of us. So the NHIS, for example, is sustained through a combination of your contributions, public funding, and collective participation. Citizens have rights under the scheme, including access to services and respectful treatment. But you also have responsibilities to keep the membership active, understand the services available to you, and to protect the integrity of the system. So practices such as illegal charges for services already covered by the NHIS weaken the system and undermine public trust. Many of you sitting here today, as I said, will go on to become policymakers, educators, engineers, entrepreneurs, doctors, innovators, and so on. And the institutions that you will lead in the future will shape the direction of our society. The question actually is not whether you will lead. The question is how responsibly you will lead when that moment comes. As future leaders, you will inherit institutions that are complex. You will encounter challenges that require creativity, resilience, and ethical judgment. You will make decisions that affect lives of many people. And when those moments come, remember this principle. Leadership is not about controlling resources. It's about stewarding them wisely for the benefit of others. Whether you find yourself managing a company, teaching in a classroom, leading a public institution, or building your own enterprise, as the distinguished first speaker said, your responsibility will always remain the same: to manage resources wisely, to strengthen institutions, and to serve people with integrity. As you participate in this conference, I encourage you to think beyond the degree you earn. Think about the systems that you would help to build. Think about the institutions that you will strengthen. Think about the lives your leadership will influence. But leadership is not simply about achieving success for yourself. It is about building systems that allow others and the nation to succeed. As I conclude, I would want to encourage you today. As they say, charity begins at home. Register on the NHIS. Keep your membership active and become ambassadors for a health care system that protects every Ghanaian. Because when a nation protects the health of its people, it protects its future. I thank you very much for the opportunity, and I hope to see you another time.
Shall we please do it much better for the CEO, National Health Insurance, Dr. Bampo. In fact, a lot has been said. And I believe coming here today is not a waste of time. It is one that will be beneficial for the future we are striving to carve together. Be reminded that we are streaming live on Facebook, Radio Windy Bay 98.3. If you have just joined us on Windy Bay, this is the Beyond the Degree Conference under the theme Developing Competent Leaders for a Changing World here at the Jofosa Namua Mensa Conference Center. Very soon, we will be out of here. And let me assure you that the Osahen Alexander Afenyo Makin is here. Pretty shortly, he will join us, have a seat, and then deliver the keynote address to all of us. We are also doing this with several media partners, Osimpam FM, Nice FM, Radio Windy Bay, and SRC Media. And so all of these media houses are trying to help us build a very good relationship here and have a good image out there as far as this program is concerned. Be reminded we have been joined by the 10th president with us. If you are here, kindly give us a wave. The president for Tertiary Education Network of the NDC. Are you here? Okay. And I'm also told we have been joined by the TESCON president, the Tertiary Students Confederacy of the New Patriotic Party president. You're also welcome to this program. Two speakers have spoken already, and so we'll take a pause here and get some questions from you if there are any. And so they will take turns to respond to them as we await to continue the rest of the program. So if you have a question, kindly put your hand up for me. We'll walk to you with a microphone. Then you can go ahead and ask your questions if there are any. Yes, if you have a question, kindly walk to me. If you have a question, kindly walk here and let's take your questions. Are there any? Please, are there any questions? Okay, kindly walk here. As they come, let me also take this opportunity to introduce the Spartans. Spartans, are you here? Oh, we want to hear you. Spartans, are you here? Oh, it looks like you are down. Spartans, where are you? Spartans! Spartans! Okay, I don't know if we have Gavians here from the Gati Hall. Do we have Trojans from the University Hall? Trojans! Oh, where are the Trojans? Where are the Trojans? Trojans! Okay. Let me inform you that we are so blessed today. In fact, if any NHIS registration you do today is free. You are not paying a dime for either new registration or renewal. And so let's take advantage of this opportunity that the NHIS have given us today and do well to be rolled onto the National Health Insurance. We also have Titans from the Goose Hall. Do we have Titans here? Titans? Titans? Okay, thank you. So we'll take the questions.
All right, thank you so much. I came a little late, so I came to meet the speaker before this last
Okay,
speaker.
sure.
And in his submission, he made a statement or a comment that a student who was employed actually has it on his CV that he was the best student of the class once he was in school, and but he graduated with third class. So on campus to probably mostly during the second semesters, most of the departments as well as the SRCs conduct a program, some kind of programs that awards some students with some recognition. Some of them either the best students in entrepreneurship, best students in this, best TA, best all that. Maybe that person who had the third class actually got his award through these programs. Are we saying, I just want to understand, are we saying that if the person had the award in this set of programs, that award is not relevant? Or if it is there a better way they should do it that will probably give that value so that when the person goes out, that certificate would also tally with the experience the person had? That's my question. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is James Pomegwe from the School of Business. Thank you for the insightful presentation. My question goes to Dr. Raymond Boysen. So, this is based on personal legacy. So, if you could give yourself a piece of an advice for being a younger version of you in the university, what would that advice be and why? Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Kwatin Gideon, MPhil student, Department of Political Science. Please, I want to also ask that in today's changing world, where organizations and various institutions are looking up to about 10 years, 5 years experience in work and fields of study, how will new graduates also cope to the demands of the job market? Thank you very much.
Please, I'm in the person of Apia Bonsu Fellows, Apply Finance and Policy Management. My question is, how can one pursue better significance in life?
How can one, can you please repeat that again?
How can one pursue better significance in life?
Okay.
All right. Thank you for this opportunity. I go by the name of Samuel Frederick Kwesi. And my question is, in a rapidly changing world where technology, globalization, and social challenges are constantly evolving, what practical steps can young leaders take today to remain competent, ethical, and relevant in shaping the future? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And so I shall now invite Mr. Boysen to respond to some of the questions that have been asked. Let's put our hands together for Mr. Boysen.
Thank you very much for those questions. With the very first question,
Sorry if it looked as if I was downplaying somebody's achievement. But then if you had listened to the presentation, I said verifiable. And we had verified from the department, and that student did not win any such award. If you have legitimately won an award, I mean, it is beautiful. That is what I'm saying, put on your CV, because it gets the attention. But I'm also saying that whatever you put on your CV must be verifiable, and you must be able to speak to it. So in this case, when we verified, the response was that we could not, ascertain that that award had been won by the student. Immediately, first impression, it tells them that you are not a person of integrity. Please, does that answer the question? Yes. So I encourage you, yes, there are, and on your CV, put the specific kind of award. If you were the best all-round student, if you were the best student in communication and all of that, put it explicitly there so that when they take it, there is no miscommunication or misrepresentation. I come to the second question. A younger version of myself, when I look in the mirror, if I had the chance, I would have taken or made good use of the opportunities that I had. When I was in school, I was let's call it an introvert. I didn't like speaking. In my class, I was in a computer science class at KNUST. And I didn't like talking. Small boy like me, I like being behind the class. In our final year of graduation, about 2 weeks to graduation, I was going to class for, we're taking some pictures or something for a brochure. And one of my colleagues met me at the door and said, what do you want in this class? I said, I'm a member of this class. He said, you? I've never seen you in this class. I said, oh, I sit at the back. I pointed out to these people, and said, wow, you have been in this class for 4 years and I do not know you. So I didn't really take advantage of SRCs and all those things. I was more or less, I was a part-time student, full-time businessman. But in hindsight, I should have made good use of those opportunities. I should have taken advantage of the conferences, of the trainings, of the internships, of the volunteering. Because on your CV, those things look very, very good and important. But hey, you can make amends. My standing here is testament to the fact that whatever you do in life is not a straight road. There are curves in the road, but ultimately, with focus, with determination, you can hit your target. And wherever your target is, your target may change as you proceed, as you go forward. But wherever your target is, or whatever your final target is, be satisfied, be content that where you are is where you should be, based on the decisions you have made. I didn't really get the third question. So if the person can recount that one, I was busy taking note of the other ones. But how can you pursue better significance in life? Taking advantage of what is available. Being there for the people. I said that being a good leader starts when the cameras are not there. When people are not there, that is when you should start doing the things, because at the end of the day, it is those small things that make you significant, that make people look up to you. There are people in class that when you call their names, you remember them for something. What are you known for? Do people know you for someone who, when the cameras are there, then you behave as if all is well, but when the cameras are not there, you are a different entity altogether. So as much as possible, pursue integrity. Be confident. Take charge of situations around you. Whatever new trend, whatever new technologies are coming up, please make sure that you are abreast with them. One, you must be able to manage yourself well before you can manage others. So these are things that once you take into consideration, they would help you pursue better significance and relevant in life. Sometimes it's not always about the applause. You start small. Respect the humble beginnings. The small things you see today, the small seeds you are sowing in your life today are the things that will germinate into mighty oak trees. At the end of the day, maybe your calling, maybe your career, maybe your life is not in what you have studied in school, but it is based on other pathways. Even with what you study in school, it changes, because when you finish your bachelor's degree, depending on what you want to do, the area you find yourself in, you may want to divert, and maybe in that diversion, you may find relevance, you may find true significance. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Boysen, the head of SRO. We so much appreciate your time and clarifications. Ellen, if you are here, join me and take this microphone. We want to speak to a few lecturers here. I'm sure they have they have a world of experiences they can share with us. The journey to becoming a lecturer, it's not on the floor. Yes, when Dr. Esiama gets you and she's roasting you with questions when you are presenting, you can imagine the stress and the heat. In fact, sometimes when we are going for presentations, we pray she shouldn't come early. And God has been answering our prayers. In fact, God has been good. So let's speak to, let's begin with Dr. Clark. He has a lot of experience. When we came to level 100, he was a friend to almost every student, and he has been a guide. So, sir, kindly share a brief experience of your journey with us.
Okay. Thank you for the opportunity.
Yes, sir.
And if you are talking about beyond the degree, so the degree itself can be encompassed to all that we are studying on campus. That is the degree. So whether you complete or you haven't, you are pursuing a degree. So beyond that certificate that you have, what next? What next is not the knowledge you have acquired, but they are the competencies that you have purposefully gained through the study within the school. So from my personal experience, I think I attended the University of Cape Coast throughout. And the University of Cape Coast is a place where people think it is tough, but I have my roommate around. So people think it is tough, but it actually positions you to acquire certain skills and competencies that the classroom will not give. So specifically, during our lecture time, we engage in some creative argument, and that creative argument is what will drive the concept and the choice that you have learned in the classroom into those arguments that you are making. So don't make argument in vacuum, but we make argument within a purposeful tangent of discussion, and that also triggers your understanding in the application of the knowledge that you have acquired. You also engage in some volunteering activities. During the national service, we did. I served as a TA, but I wasn't employed. So I opted to do a voluntary national service again. And by then, I have finished with the master, so I was posted to Sunyani to do the national service. When I got there, I learned so many things from that area. Life has a peculiar way of testing the knowledge you have gotten and the competencies that you have. If they don't align, then your degree is serving a wrong signal to the labor market. So all that our speakers have spoken about, in reality, it can be put into three areas. That is a signal credibility, and a signal distinctiveness, and a signal coherence. If your abilities doesn't correspond with what you have written on your CV, then there's no credibility that you have. If thousands of people have graduated, but your unique abilities doesn't send you out as a unique individual, then there's no signal distinctiveness. And if your abilities is not consistent, that people can make a track of what you are able to do and what you have written down, or your life pattern cannot serve as an encouragement of things, yet for people to be done, then there's no what you call signal coherence.
Okay.
So in reality, that is the real life I live with. These are the three things I live with. That is signal credibility, signal distinctiveness, and signal coherence. That actually sells me out within the people that I work with.
Thank you very much. Let's put our hands together for Dr. Clark. Ellen, you can have the microphone. Let me quickly talk to last year or last 2 years, there was an alumni election. For a long time, we had not had one. And the strategies and tactics this man used to win the election was mind-blowing. In fact, the celebration, I ate his rice though, it was nice. Let's talk to Dr. Samuel Boache Dankwa, or Samuel Dankwa, Ofori Dankwa. Let's talk to Doc.
Hello, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Right, some of you are still in school, so our faces are not too interesting to you. If we talk about the realities out there, which I'm happy about, you are here and you think it's a degree that is going to make you who you are. I mean, certainly it's a pathway. But we need to appreciate the fact that one needs to deconstruct a lot of the perceptions we have when it comes to education. Education is not the certificate. From the department I'm coming from, we don't say education is what you learned in the classroom. Education is the entirety of lived experiences, including what you are having in the classroom or in the lecture hall. As I stand, I cook and I sell. I'm a lecturer, I cook and I sell. I sell in a way that you would not sell, but it makes me money. Apart from that, I also talk and I make small money. These are the things that you would not get from the certificate directly as you have them. So how are you deconstructing the perceptions that we have about employment once you have your degree? That A4 sheet you are here for. I do not put so much priority on the A4 sheet because I've also been on selection panels where we have had people coming in with their first class, but they are almost like useless. And persons have come with their third class and they are so useful. And the first speaker made emphasis on some. So what are you putting on yourself to give you the X factor that makes you different from the many who come competing? Then I'm also happy about the resource bit. It's not all about money. Most of us today, if I say as a young people, all you think about is cash, money, cash, money. It is way far from that. Your ability to transforming yourself into a valuable resource, it's about what you carry here and not what is in the wallet necessarily. And so many people are out there who are putting to themselves more value to be valued and paid up later for, like my colleague Clark said. You hate volunteering. You want to see everything in a day plush. I came into lecturing very old, but before that, my first employment was because I met a certain man climbing the stairway and I offered to carry his bag on the staircase. I did that for him, and when I was done and I was about to go, he said, "What is your name? What do you want?" And I said, "I need a job." And he said, "What can you do?" And I started. By that time, I had completed my post-diploma in administration from GIMPA, and I had the words, and so I could speak. So I gave it all out to him, and he said, "Come Monday, start work at my office," and I started my job. Wow. And so that is how it is. The resources you put, the home training, the culture look, you watch a lot of TV these days, and you don't learn anything about your culture. You don't learn how to greet adults anymore. You don't learn how to respect anymore. You think it is America. I'm not saying America is bad, but we have our identity as Ghanaian, and where you come from, you have a signature that stands you out. Let us be very candid, work on our culture, our value systems, and that also sells us. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Samuel Ofori-Dankwa. He was once my lecturer, one of the educational courses. In fact, he did me well. I had an A, so he did me well. Wow, these are good experiences we can relate it. Now let's go to the Department of Management Sciences, where we have Dr. Richard Sam Mensah with us, or Mr. Richard Sam Mensah with us. He will share with us some of the experiences he has gathered over the years.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. MC. In our local dialect, we say that Penny Jerry and Nanke Nsuasa. The alumni president has spoken, but once I've been called, I also have to add my voice. Standing in these very premises, I reflect back on those days when I was a student here, where I sat in the classroom. I was taught. The graduation day came. The gown was worn. Congratulations were poured in, and the certificate was finally issued to me. So that was when I thought the world has ended. In fact, what I was striving for has been achieved. So I have ended. But beyond the degree, that was when I realized that life after the degree is really the reality. It is the stage where life journey rather begins. So my stay here on campus has taught me a lot of things: to be disciplined, to be resilient. It offered me a whole lot of experiences. But beyond the degree, ladies and gentlemen, is where the reality is set in. So today, I don't need to say much. The speakers have spoken a lot. They've shown you the path. What I want to say is that after the degree, whatever you are fighting for, once the certificate is issued, that is where you need to face the world, the realities. So in doing so, I leave you with just 2 things or 3 things. First is that the degree is not the end in itself. It is a means to an end. So it is something that will cushion you to achieve something. So beyond that, you need to be disciplined. You need to add values to yourself. And what will make you valuable is about you being disciplined. It is about you embracing the realities on the ground, the realities that you face in life. It is about you having a positive attitude towards them, adding value to yourself, looking for problems and finding solutions to those problems. I was taught a lot of business programs, courses. I was taught entrepreneurship. Today, I stand here beyond teaching in the classroom. Like Dr. Dankwa said, I also sell. I sell to make me money. At least these are things that I have done to add value to myself. So I leave you with the quote that the degree is not the end. It is rather the foundation to the end that you are seeking to achieve. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mensah. Now we go to the School of Communication and Media Studies, where I come from. And I'm a proud strategic communication student. And I've been mentored by her. In fact, when we came and she was being honored with a PhD, we all came here. We met for the after party. The party was giant one, and it was interesting. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the UTAC Secretary of UEW, Dr. Elizabeth Esiama.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. I'm excited to be here, especially because we are young people and there is a lot to learn. Beyond the degree is a life that does not care. Beyond a degree is a life that doesn't care what you've been through. Beyond a degree is a life that doesn't care whether you are from a rich background or a poor background. Beyond a degree, there are no excuses. So you can't say my parents are dead, so I have a reason for not making it. Beyond a degree is a life that forces women to fight to make their way in society. So especially to the young ladies here, life is not going to wait for you. And everything starts at the university. In the classroom, some of us, I went to KNUST for my first degree, and in the classroom, all the time you hear me speak. When there are group projects, everyone wants to be in my group because they know even if no one talks, Lizzie will talk. I will talk. I thought I wanted to get the grades, but I realized it helped me in one thing. I was able to build my public speaking skills. Now I MC programs and make good money aside being a lecturer. I was building something because I cannot depend on just the lecturing. Beyond the degree, there are human beings. So as you are here, learn to socialize, learn to network. You don't know who knows who here. So don't think that I came for this conference and afterwards I pick my bag and leave. Afterwards, speak to someone. Hi, I'm Lisa. Take their contact. You don't know when you will need them. Beyond the degree is a life that is a little unpredictable. But then I believe and I know that with the right preparations, just as the things that we are doing here, beyond the degree, we will be more than ready to face whatever life that is ahead of us. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you very much, Dr. Elizabeth Owusu-Esiama, for sharing this with us. Ellen, don't come up yet. Kindly walk close to the CEO of NHIS. He will share a couple of things with us. But before he does, if you're on TikTok, you can follow Dr. Elizabeth Owusu. You will see her live every day and have an interactive session with her right on TikTok. And so let's listen to our dear CEO.
Thank you very much. So what I wanted to say has actually been rendered irrelevant by what Doctor said, the last speaker said. But I'm a living testament. So I like what the other gentleman said. When you get your degree, it's not the end, it's the end of the beginning. Life has just begun. So the degree is important. The school you go to is important. You are in a great school, so you started well. Whatever you achieve academically is important. But in my own life, I've worked at the UN, I've worked at the Global Fund to fight AIDS, TB, and malaria. I've worked at the Ministry of Health. And one thing has run through. Beyond the degree, beyond what grade you got, it's about networking. It's about taking that chance. I'm almost going to regret saying this. But when you see people, go to them, speak with them, get their contacts, utilize it, reach out. It's all about networking. Because there are, 100,000, 200,000 people who are looking for 15 jobs. You must make that impression on the person to be able to call you. That is how my life has been. All the jobs I've done at the UN, at UKDFID, Ministry of Health, is because somebody remembered me because I spoke up. So I appreciate what you said very much. Please speak up, network. There are very big people here today. Get their cards, reach out to them, and it will make a difference. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, for that enlightenment. I believe we are not living here without making connections, talking to somebody, exchanging contacts, and making new friends. In fact, you are free to make friends with Dr. Lisa. You are free to make friends with Dr. Dankwa. Dr. Clark is here. Mr. Mensah is here. We have the deans and, lots of faculty members around. Let them be your mentors. Let them talk to you. Learn from them and let them be an inspiration to you. So if you have joined us on Facebook, we are here at the Jofosa Namwa Mensah Conference Center. And this is the Beyond the Degree Conference under the theme, Developing Competent Leaders for a Changing World. And this is Saturday, 14th of March, 2026. I just received a signal that your Sahin Alexander Atokwa Markin is almost entering campus. And so very soon, very, very soon, he will join us in this auditorium for the keynote address. But at this juncture, the Spartans are here, the Titans are here. I don't know if we have the Trojans and the Gavians here. So we are going to have a unified Jama session from the Spartans, the Titans, the Trojans, and then the Gavians. So ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Gavians, Spartans, Trojans, Titans. They are all sharing the stage this afternoon. Let's welcome them with a clap. Now, as we await them, kindly turn to somebody on your left and ask the person, please, what's your name? Let's do that. If the person is your friend already, look at the person on your left, the other side. Make sure the person you are talking to, you don't know already. And ask the person, have we met before? I'm sure the answer is no. And so go ahead, probe further, and ask him which department you belong to. Ask where you are from. Ask the interest of the person. Perhaps you share the same interest. Ask if you could go for a walk together one of these days or study together. Or possibly, you can take the person's contact. Who knows? Who knows? Tomorrow is uncertain, right? Don't forget, our speakers have made us aware that the life is not a straight journey. Sometimes it goes somewhere. And so who knows? The person seated beside you might even be your Mrs. or Mr. tomorrow. Is it not possible? Oh, let me hear you say it is possible. But the young man, make sure before you go with that intention. Prof said he has been married for 29 years. And we have to salute him. In fact, those who have married and have shared their experiences with us will tell you it is not an easy journey. And so as we await the Spartans as well as the Titans, make a friend. At least, if for nothing at all, you will have a friend from a different department. So Titans and Spartans, we are waiting for you to mount the stage for us. As we are waiting, let me also remind you that our media partners for today's event are Osimpam FM, Nice FM, Radio Windy Bay, and then the SRC Media. That today, if you are here, then you are entitled to own an NHIS card for free. So if you have not registered or signed up for the National Health Insurance, you have the opportunity to do so now at no cost. If yours has expired just like mine, then you also have the opportunity to register or renew your membership with the National Health Insurance, and so that when you go to the hospital, you won't be asked to pay excessive charges. Is that correct? I'm sure we are going to do that. Then we also have the SRC president for Ejumako campus with us, Elliot Blankson. Are you here? Let's see you. Blankson, you are welcome, His Excellency. He came along with his public relations officer in the person of Eliza Ajay. Are you here with us? You are warmly welcome to this program. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure the Osahen is almost here. He's almost here. But I'll take a few expressions from the students. Even though we have spoken with the lecturers, we also want to understand some of the perspectives of a few students. So, Ellen, are you here? Kindly join me once more. Take the microphone and let me speak to at least 3 students before we receive into the auditorium Osahen Alexander Afenyo Maken. So choose at random. Choose at random.
I see a very beautiful lady here. She looks very eager to speak. Your name and then you give us your comment.
I'm the person of Louisa J. And please, I would want to ask, since we are talking about networking, after you being able to network with the person you want to have it with, what's after that? How are you going to approach the person? The test that you are supposed to, the message, how should the message be? Because sometimes we take the numbers, but at the end of the day, we are not able to test the person, or we don't know how to approach the person, and then the continuation of it. So I would want to ask, how are we to communicate with the person that we want to network with?
Okay, so go to another person. That is the electoral commissioner for the political science department. Please move to the people. Move back to the people. Let's hear from them. So far, so good. We have had 2 speakers already. How do you see the program? Are you enjoying it before we receive the keynote speaker for the program?
We have a very handsome-looking gentleman here who has a quick comment for us.
Okay, I go by the name Salom from the graphic design department, and with this one, I'm asking this question to Dr. Victor, and it's in a form of a request from me. Actually, I have 2. One is a question, the other one is a request. My first one is the past few months I became really ill, and I needed to go to the hospital, and the university hospital was the best place for me to visit. And since you are the head or the CEO of the NHIS, and then our physical well-being or health is very important to you, I believe that you are also the best person to speak to. Now, when I got to the hospital, I was supposed to see a doctor. And sincerely speaking, it was about 2 hours. The doctor was not able to attend to me. And then he finally came, but later on, he attended to me and then requested some medications. Everything was free. But my concern is, why does it really take much time whenever we get to the university hospital? Doctors, they are not really ready to attend to us. And then my question also is, my question is, are there internship or research opportunities for students who are interested in public health or health policies? That is the question. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much. In due time, we will respond to the questions you asked. But looking from the environment now, I can say the Osahen is in. Very soon he will join us here. But since he's not in yet, kindly walk to Mr. Raymond. Let him respond to some of the issues that were raised by the 2 speakers who had something to say. I'm sure. So your question was about how to communicate to people you want to connect with, right? And so so let's speak to Dr. Lisa first. How do you communicate with people you would want to connect with?
Okay, so one of the things that you do, for instance, after here, you see Dr. Lisa, you say, hi ma'am, I'm this person, I'd really love to get your contact. You get my contact, fine, you keep it. Most of it, what you do is that you like the idea that Dr. Lisa's contact is on your phone. So when you're having a chat, oh doc, me want a number, man fan show. Then you show it, nothing else, no. Oftentimes, just accept that the people you have taken their contact, they are busy people. That's one thing you should accept. You take the contact. That day, don't wait till the next day. Send a message to the person. Don't call the person. Hello, doc. This is Eunice from the department of, I met you at this. You see how I'm going by it? Don't send hi. Then you wait. Dr. Lisa, come and say hi back. Then you say, how are you, doc? She won't mind you. Because it doesn't, she's not your friend. You understand? You're trying to build something. So for the first time, go straight to the point. I am Elizabeth from the Department of Journalism and Media Studies. I met you during this event and I took your number. I think I really like you and I would love to learn a lot from you. I know you are busy. I won't take much of your time. Please have a good day. Once a while, I'll check in, and if I have any problem, I hope that you'll be in a position to help me. End day. The fact that you've been that forthcoming, the person will, I am speaking for myself, I will respond to such a message. Hi, Elizabeth. Okay, nice meeting you. All right, don't worry. If there is anything, I will also get back to you. Don't just end there and that is it. I tell my students that at least once every month, say hi to the person. Do you know why? Because you are trying to keep the relationship. Even though they are old, you think they are up there and they are not your friends, so you can't chat with them like your friends. The more you do that, one day you would need, maybe you want to do your master's at journalism and media studies. You would want to speak to Dr. Lisa about it. I don't know you that much, but because of that constant communication, once a while I get a hi from you, how you doing? It becomes easier for me to, oh, don't worry. And this is from experience. I get a lot of females especially come at me with that. They see you somewhere, take your contact, they send you a message, you don't hear from them again. When they need something, they call you. I'm like, who are you again? Oh, Doc, I've been sending you a message. Okay, then don't worry. Come to my office at this time. So don't expect that these people are going to be your best friends. If you want someone to be your mentor, keep it that way. Respect them. At least, I would say at least once a while, check in on them. And if you have a problem, as you check in, let them know. And I believe that through that, you would maintain that relationship. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Lisa. The gentleman asked the question. I think it's, can we take that question again so that, because we are still waiting. Yeah, so let's take that question. As he responds, we'll welcome Osahin into the auditorium. Please, the gentleman who asked, can you please be brief about your question so we can see of responding to it?
So I was asking that, are there internship or research opportunities for students who are interested to join the public health or health policies?
Okay, all right. Who would help us respond to this? Okay, please come to our dear CEO of NHIS so he responds to it. So quickly run to my left.
Thank you for the question. I'll be very brief. So I think there were two questions about research, internship possibilities. Yes, there are. And let's talk after the event when we go outside. I can give you a few pointers, and more importantly, I can give you a few names so that you can follow up. The other question was about the hospital and the fact that it takes a long time for doctors. Even in the developed countries, sometimes it can take a long time to see a doctor. The truth of the matter is that we are a resource-constrained country. So whilst the WHO says that there should be one doctor to maybe every 1,000 citizens, here it's 1 to 9,000, 1 to 10,000.
Okay.
And
please go on.
And there are some. So
please, shall we rise? The sign is in. Shall we rise? The courageous leader, the bold advocate of our time, the fearless defender, and a dynamic reformer. He is a visionary leader, a strategic thinker, the trusted voice of the voiceless, the loyal patriot who has sacrificed his life and career for patriotism. He is a party pillar, the parliamentary lion, the man who in the year 2012, the Efutu people trusted him and gave him a resounding victory in the parliamentary elections. And since then, he has been the developer of the Efutu constituency. He has served in various capacities within our national political discourse. He has been the board chair for the ECG and the Ghana Water Company. Presently, he is the 9th minority leader of Ghana's parliament. He is also a principled leader, a powerful communicator, I believe. We will all trust that. And then a national servant as well as an advocate for the people. Ladies and gentlemen, we have received here with us the Osahin Alexander Ato Kwamena Afenyo Maken, the mighty minority leader of Ghana's 9th parliament. Sir, you are welcome. Shall we please resume our seats? Okay. Now, since the Osahen is in, we shall take the unified Jama session from the Spartans and Titans collectively. So please, we are pressed with time. Kindly rush here. And then Matkosa. So Matkosa, Spartans, Titans. Please hurry up for us. We are so pressed with time. So please hurry up for us. Please, Matkosa, Spartans, and Titans, please, kindly rush here for us. We don't have so much time. In the next minutes, if you are not here, we may proceed to take another activity. Spartans, Titans, Matkosa. Okay. Since they are not ready, we shall take the next activity. Okay, please hurry up for us. Please hurry up. So now, ladies and gentlemen, let's enjoy a performance from the unified pressure groups. Thank you. Thank you very much. The Unified Pressure Groups, Spartans, Matkosa, and Titans, we are so happy to have you. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we will soon take the keynote address from Osahin Alexander to Kwame Nkrumah. But before that, Osahin has been joined by the Honorable Member of Parliament for Upper Dentra West in the person of Honorable Rudolph Amwako Jampa. Let's welcome him. Okay, now before the Osahin mounts the podium, we shall have a short spoken word specially for the Osahin and this event. And so, ladies and gentlemen, if you are ready, just like I am ready, let's welcome Kwame Dampare.
Onim baby oni mubie mo besi madam pe aye adampa himumiu onim baby oni mubie mo besi madam pe aye adampa himumiu enkro besi dieru si wa ewara boom jai me kwai ma minkoda adampa himumiu
Confidence is a journey, a continuous journey, not an absolute destination. And nothing brings confidence than competence. Even as the day dissolves into the night and the night dissolves into the day, darkness seems to swallow light until the daylight stands so bright. Even so, our collective humanity will swim in sanity unless we shroud ourselves with humility and praise the King of creativity. This must be our priority in every opportunity, for the Lord is good and his mercies endures for eternity. Ago. Aman for ago. Mr. Momonimwa. Me pesa me di etu monim. Says no crash no abuto crash no kra kronkron. Na so ekra esra jakwa so mankwa so dankwa so bankwa. Na so ajakwa mankwa dankwa ne abankwa mankwa bi begina won tem won kwanta no kopie wasi akwa. Na ne kwan ano no. Science yesem fantifo ne asantifo antin ntem antintam. Le kwa pimfo bom pimpim bodom pim ekopim a na nkyere se asesawafo embesesa nkodi. Mesra mo manimwa me pesa me di etu monim. Sam me yemfra me anim. Na mini so ende anima. Na mama me hwehwanim ana minim na mabepim e o apimanim. Media minim ne aminim. Me anim before media ma. Nim ato beri ma minim 20 no. Ye di me agina chempon so. Enti edu dwumadi e bia na ye hwe manim se me bedi anim. Onya yankama bodam o. Onya yankama bodam. Na so odom nkoma yankopon se media edam empare me enti ne ye frɛ me dam pare. Why no? No. Your Excellency, Ebenezer Annabel and your administration, we are grateful for this organization. Right from the onset, you changed your mindset to meet the target set. All this was not without frustration, but you battled every situation. That seems to dwarf your progression, just for your elevation. So with a standing ovation, I give you military salutation. No allurement, no frustration. Just accept my congratulations. Registrars, ambassadors, lecturers, ministers, and all protocol observed. My honor to you, on reserve. Na minim say Alex or Sanhene Alex Ombao. Na minim say Obeba. Na minim say Wada. Say Alexander and I. Why no? What Osahene, no. Why a sympathy point, you know, Suko, or Premier Wamene Mampam? What the other was so daughter Unso Apropos, or your CID obedient to control at your bona. Una would be a comment traffic, only a mantrae. I be San Soma and say, a crackabin pong, or Fumgana now being for Benkum and for Nifa. Why a cook off for a chromasha on sway, Frenchy, Fetcha, Frem, Fenton Frem. Fenton from Ominous Row, and now call friend no. Nanka Pesako, why hunter for the Hinamako, no, couldn't be a baby. Or Catachek and Tinka Country. For Bram PSA Kokwamwa, or the Opoko and friend of Minnesota Boko, as if friend of Minnesota Jaffa friend or Mintimin. O Mintimima, William, that's Yansem. O Yansa for, and Yababom Rane say, Yansabisa, Quantabisa, Yansabua, Yansabusuamauka. Miss Ramo, Mempekasa, Memprekasa, Naso Miss Remikasa. Assembly na Bomi Pusa, and Minamana Mikasa Kasa to say Akasa, and Tiadasa. Mr. Montier Mikasa. A ray and some Eshamebo. And yes, I'm a book, now Moma Samitomibo. And yes, I'm a copio on my book. And I'm Pokumasia Boabo. I have seen Poakamisian, and so I have seen Timisian Rana Macosin sing. And penny forcing Yansa, oh, fee into Mr. Dimetibo Coboconi and Coffee. Namimbo Trimun Coffee. Nami Nia means some no trim na dachi, a bedroom waffle. Means some more do, Miss Ramo, me one semka. And your bankun asop me pesamika. Bankun pop me car burning by me semidia about into Miss Ramo. And I make a munina entry mutis at top. Miss Ramo ya munina entry mutis at Akutia. Miss Ramo munina entry musa sabi, soloku. Men some more don't mammy a potoyo and I mean poto means semino. Now mom and young potom poto. Some poto means some na, Ebiana Macano poto. It's Miss Ramo mammy poto. Na me pota, me pota, me tree. And to make a poto casa, Messaka tree. The tuning of life appears like mirage, massaging life from far to dim when near. Mind-blowing incidents appear, preparing the heart to tear. Within a week, month, or a year, the crucible swells. The signals are not clear, making vision blur. The imagination sounds we hear, the setbacks we bear, the dreams we fear, the pains we wear. Who is to cheer? One friend so dear, telling us to press on and go higher. Do you want to get to the top of the mountain? Or enjoy success fountain? A path of tons of pains, almost nonsensical to obtain, unbearable worrisome draining the brain. But hey, wait, you get a dream to live, a world to touch, and a life to impact. Brave the storms to leave a mark, die a mantra or leave a shack. Never give up. Never give up. A mantra to tap. Life is full of ups and downs. But when the downs come around, don't be battered, never frown. Be bold and put on a smiling crown. It is true the night is pregnant with sorrows. Yet the morning about its arrows. Believe you are a future hero. The future may not be today but tomorrow. Because the colors of life is not unique. And your time will never sneak. I want to give you a gist. Add it to your list. It is time to right wrong. Just be bold and stay strong. The night is in but it won't be long. Stand up and be counted. To you a brighter future is promised. Sometimes the step no not destination, but it doesn't call for resignation. For success is not in stagnation. Never give up, press on for progression. You'll be hard pressed on every side, yet not crash. Perplexed but not in despair. Persecuted but not forsaken. Strike down but not destroyed. Arise and move on. Wanting to move on from bottom to top, why do you crawl? Whilst you can walk. Why do you walk? Whilst you can run. Why do you run? Whilst you can fly. Do you know you are an eagle? Capacitated to maneuver any angle? Stand up and be counted. Employ the code of champions. Till the last drop of my blood, I will never give up. Oh, happy Jansa Nifaso. Say. Shadam watch what you say. Afe fashe wiem. Medamasi.
Thank you very much. That was Kwame Dampare. And once again, we'd like to remind you that this is the Beyond the Degree Conference 2026, organized by the 31st SRC administration. We would like to invite the Women's Commissioner for the local NUCs and SRC to give us the introduction of our keynote speaker, the mighty minority leader.
Good afternoon. My name is Juliet Clark Amankwano, the Women's Commissioner for Local NUCs. Finally, the long-awaited moment is here. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is my signal honor and privilege to introduce to you a man whose name has become synonymous with strategic leadership, eloquence, and dedicated public service in Ghana's democratic journey. He is a legal luminary, an accomplished legislator, entrepreneur, and a strategic leader with over a decade of active engagement in parliamentary business, underpinned by an exceptional academic and legal foundation. Born on 27 May 1978, his educational journey began at STC Demonstration Primary and JSS, where he wrote his BEc in August 1994. He advanced to the prestigious St. Augustine's College, Cape Coast, where he completed his SSCE in December 1997. He then crossed continent to pursue law at the University of Buckingham in United Kingdom, where he earned an LLB with management. Following this, he trained at the Ghana School of Law, obtaining his professional law certificate, and was subsequently called to the bar. To broaden his horizon, he pursued further studies in MA in International Politics and Security at the University of Bradford. He also pursued a postgraduate studies in leadership and governance at the prestigious Said Business School, University of Oxford. He was elected as a member of parliament for Efutu constituency in 2012 on the ticket of the New Patriotic Party, that's the MPP. He has since served with distinction in parliamentary leadership, first as Deputy Majority Leader, then as Majority Leader in the 8th Parliament, and currently as Mighty Minority Leader of the 9th Parliament of the 4th Republic. Within Parliament, he has been a key voice on influential committees such as Defense and Interior, Finance, and Public Accounts. He currently serves as the ranking member on both the Appointment Committee and the Business Committee, where his legal acumen and rich parliamentary experience continue to shape national policy and governance. His distinguished public service includes serving as board chairman of the Ghana Water Company, the Road Fund, and the Electricity Company of Ghana. On the international stage, he currently serves as a third deputy speaker at the ECOWAS Parliament, where he contributes to advancing regional cooperation, governance, and development. At the constituency level, he has championed a transformative policy known as the Efutu Dream, a vision rooted in placing the people at the very heart of development. This people-centered agenda is guided by 4 core principles: security for the people, quality education for the people, better healthcare delivery for the people, and private sector development. He was conferred with a traditional title by the Efutu Traditional Council as the Osahene of the Efutu Traditional Area in recognition of his exemplary leadership, immutable commitment to community development, and dedication to preserving the rich cultural heritage of the Efutu people. Beyond politics, he is the head of chambers at Afenyo Markin Okuntu and Associates, with extensive expertise in financial crimes, security, human rights, and constitutional law. He is a successful entrepreneur and, above all, a servant leader whose dedication to public service is truly worth emulating. He is married to Mrs. Diane Frimpoma Markin. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome Osahin Alexander Kwamena Afenyo Markin, the leader of the mighty minority.
Thank you very much, A.C. Clark. Let us take notice that the Osahene is mentoring a group on campus called the Young Commons Forum, as well as Test Corner, so they are here to specially welcome the Osahin Alexander Ato Kwamena Afenyo Markin. Shall we please resume our seats? Thank you.
Good afternoon to all of you. Chairman of this important conference, distinguished professors of this great university and members of the academic staff, my respected colleague, Honorable Rudolph Jampa of Dentra West constituency, my own brother and friend, former Deputy Minister of Health, and now the Chief Executive of Ghana, the Health Insurance Authority, President, Student Representative Council of UEW, and your executives, President of local NUCs and his executives, distinguished guests, students, ladies and gentlemen. It is my distinct honor and special privilege to join you this afternoon in addressing you on this important topic, Beyond the Degree Conference. What lies beyond this degree that we acquire? Let me commend the SRC for graciously putting together this very profound subject matter. This topic invites us to reflect on an essential truth. The purpose of education must extend beyond the classroom and beyond the certificate one receives at the end of his or her education, especially at the time when the most pressing challenges facing young Ghanaians is unemployment. The Ghana Statistical Service reports that youth unemployment remains disproportionately high compared to other age groups, and so many young people who are in employment positions do not fully utilize their potential. The government, through the Minister of Health, told us last year that it cannot employ all 74,000 trained nurses by end 2026. Similarly, thousands of teacher trainees remain at home waiting for opportunities that have not materialized. Many young Ghanaians who were legally employed into public service as far back as 2017 have sadly been dismissed soon after this government took office. The situation is further complicated by broken promises and abandoned initiatives. The industrialization drive, 1D1F initiative by the Nana Akufo-Addo government aimed at creating jobs and promoting exports have all been cancelled. Graduates across the country continue to struggle to find meaningful jobs. The frustration is even sharper in this security service recruitment, where forms, according to the Minister of Interior, were sold to over 506,000 youths, yet only 5,000 slots are available. Applicants check their portals at dawn and are qualified, yet by morning they go back to check again and realize they have been disqualified for no clear reason. This, unfortunately, is the situation the youth find themselves. And worse off, our co-folk farmers have received a haircut. The 24-hour economy, one job, 3 shifts, as promised, is yet to come into fruition. The women banking, which was aimed at supporting our traders to get capital to trade, is yet to be implemented. In this context, education must be understood as more than classroom learning. The certificate one receives at the end of his studies comes to nothing. For the truth is, education was never intended to be an end at the point of graduation. In many ways, ladies and gentlemen, and my dear students, the reality rather begins after the degree. How does knowledge translate into leadership? How does education prepare individuals to contribute meaningfully to society? And how does a university experience shape the sense of duty that graduates owe to their community and their nation. To appreciate the significance of these questions, permit me to share with you two short stories. First, it concerns a young graduate who left the university with remarkable academic credentials. He had excelled in his courses, impressed his lecturers, and was widely regarded as one of the brightest minds in his class. Shortly after entering the workforce, he was given the opportunity to lead some small project team. On paper, he was the best choice, intelligent, confident, and technically competent. But within a few months, the project began to struggle. Meetings became tense. Team members grew disengaged, and deadlines were missed. Confused by the sudden difficulties, the young leaders sought advice from a senior colleague. After listening patiently, the senior colleague offered a simple but profound observation. Quote, "You were trained to pass exams, but leadership requires something more. Leadership is about guiding people, making difficult decisions, and navigating uncertainty." End quote. That moment changed his understanding of leadership forever. He reflected on the words of John C. Maxwell. Quote, "A leader is the one who knows the way, goes the way, and shows the way." End quote. He realized that the knowledge alone does not produce leadership. What the work truly needs are men and women who combine knowledge with judgment, competence with character, and intelligence with ability to inspire others. So let us now consider the second story. Not long ago, a group of university students gathered after a lecture to discuss the future of Ghana. Their conversation was passionate. They spoke about governance, corruption, economic opportunities, and responsibilities of those in power. Like many young Ghanaians, they had strong views about how the country should be led. A lecturer who happened to be passing by paused and listened for a moment. Then he asked them a simple question. Quote, "Everything you have said about the problems of this country may be true, but tell me, when the time comes for your generation to lead, would you be ready?" End quote. The room suddenly fell silent, because in that moment, the conversation shifted from discussing leadership to confronting the responsibility of leadership. So, my dear students, these two stories speak powerfully to the conversations that bring us together today. The first reminds us that leadership requires competence and skills that go beyond academic excellence. And the second reminds us that the future of leadership rests heavily on the shoulders of you, left, right, men and women, the future of our country, the young people. Together, they capture the spirit of this conference theme, quote, "Developing competent leaders for a changing world," end quote. But they also lead us directly to the focus of my keynote address, which is, quote, "Youth leadership, governance, and responsible civic engagement in a changing Ghana," end quote. It is upon these that I mount my submissions. It is important that as I proceed with this conversation, I draw your attention to one important thing. Our nation stands at a critical moment. Citizens are demanding more accountability, transparency, and participation than ever before. Technology, as you all know, is shaping the way we learn, work, and connect. New industries are emerging as others disappear. How do we nurture and develop leaders who will not be only knowledgeable, but also be able to navigate the demands of a world that is changing faster than ever? The question is not whether leaders would appear. The question is whether the next generation, especially the young people sitting here today, will be ready. Will you be prepared to lead with competence, responsibility, and civic consciousness? Will you have the judgment, the resilience, and the integrity needed to make decisions that affect the lives of millions? Will you be able to step forward when called upon, not for personal gain, but for the greater good? It is this preparation and nurturing of capable, responsible, and ethical leaders that will shape the future of Ghana and determine the legacy we leave for the generations to come. By the way, what is the true meaning of education? Chairman, permit me to submit that youth leadership, governance, and civic education, civic engagement must begin with education. For education is not only about earning certificates, passing examinations, or attending lectures. Its true purpose, I beg to submit, is far greater. Education shapes minds to think critically, the heart to act ethically, and the hands to work diligently. It equips individuals to take responsibility, not only for themselves, but for their communities and their nations. This understanding of mine is reflected in our Constitution. The 1992 Constitution recognizes education as a fundamental right, far right. Article 25 guarantees that every Ghanaian must have the opportunity to acquire knowledge and skills necessary to participate fully in the society. In other words, education is both rights and a foundation for responsible citizenship. Recognizing this, therefore, John Ajekum Kufuor introduced free basic education, ensuring that children from all backgrounds have access to basic education without financial barriers. This policy opened doors that had previously been closed to many families, creating generation equipped with basic tools for learning, thinking, and participation. Building on that legacy, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo also launched the free senior high school program, an ambitious initiative that provided over 3 million young Ghanaians with access to secondary education. Chairman, members of the academia, student leadership, and students, this policy did not only expand access to learning, but created opportunities for young people to develop their critical skills, confidence, and knowledge necessary for leadership. The free SHS policy also contributed to reduction in youth unemployment by equipping millions with employable skills and pathways to higher education, enhanced national development as educated young people increasingly fed into healthcare, technology, agriculture, and business, strengthened social equity and inclusion by bridging the gap between rich and poor, and supported reduction in crime rates by keeping young people in school and productivity engaged. Education is a starting point for leadership and responsible civic engagement. It is the foundation upon which leadership is built. The leaders who would guide Ghana through the challenges of today and tomorrow are those who have been given the tools to think critically, make informed decisions, and act ethically. Let me share with you my own perspectives about youth leadership. As I began in my opening stories, leadership is not only about the age, position, or credentials. It is about competence, courage, and responsibility. The first story of the young graduate illustrated that knowledge alone is not enough to lead effectively. The second story of the university student reminded us that preparing to lead responsibly is a conscious choice. History shows that young people in Ghana have repeatedly stepped forward to take leadership roles when circumstances demanded it. During the struggle for independence, young people were at the forefront, demonstrating vision, boldness, and resilience. J.B. Dankwa, for instance, was in his young age when he became a key voice in advocating for self-governance. Akum Ajayi, who was part of the Big Six, was in his 30s, but was part of the UGCC and its formation. Edward Akufo-Addo, in his early age, contributed to constitutional reforms and strengthened the foundation of governance in Ghana. And Kwame Nkrumah, our first president, was only 35 when he held the country to independence. John Mensah Saba was young when he assumed leadership role that shaped national policies, political thought, and civic action. These historical examples underline crucial lessons. Youth is not a limitation, but a platform for impactful leadership. When young people combine courage, character, and vision, they can influence the course of a nation, just as the graduates in our first story had to learn to do. And Ghana's population is overwhelmingly young. This demographic reality means that the energy, ideas, and engagement of young people are central to leadership, governance, and national development. But potential alone is not enough. As the lecturer in our second story reminded the students, we must ask ourselves the critical question, quote, when the time comes for our generation to lead, will we be ready, end quote. Are we? I speak from a personal experience. When I became a member of parliament in 2013, I was one of the youngest to assume such responsibility in Efutu. In 2021, I was appointed deputy majority leader, and in 2024, I had the singular honor of becoming the majority leader and leader of government business. That same year, I was elected third deputy speaker of ECOWAS Parliament, a position I continue to hold. These roles demanded not just knowledge, but vision, strategic thinking, and ability to guide and inspire others, exactly the qualities that our stories emphasized. Youth leadership today is not limited to politics. It manifests in entrepreneurship, innovation, education, and community engagement. It's about taking the initiative, solving the problems, and influencing positive change. Having explored the role of youth in leadership historically and today, we must now ask that important but profound question. What must define youth leadership in this era? I beg to submit that competence and vision play an important role. Young leaders must be skilled, knowledgeable, and forward-looking. They need the ability to analyze challenges, make informed decisions, and propose innovative solutions. Competence ensures that leadership is effective, while the vision ensures it is transformative. Second, I submit that there must be integrity and responsibility. On this, it is my view that leadership without the ethics and accountability is unsustainable. Young leaders must therefore act with honesty, fairness, and a deep sense of duty to their communities and nation. Responsibility ensures that their decisions serve the common good, not personal interests. And finally, I submit that resilience and collaboration are essential ingredients. The modern landscape demands adaptability and the ability to overcome setbacks. Young leaders must persevere through challenges and work collaboratively, building networks that amplify their impact and foster inclusive decision making. Now let me turn to governance and civic engagement. What must the youth do? On this, Chairman, I submit that if the youth is to have a real meaning, then it must translate into active participation in governance. Governance is about citizens who engage institutions, demand accountability, and contribute to improving public systems. Governance, therefore, simply put, is a manner in which power and authority are exercised for the management of the nation's affairs. It is the system through which institutions function, decisions are made, resources are managed, and the welfare of citizens are safeguarded. And one of the most important avenues available to young people is the right to petition public institutions. The Constitution of Ghana guarantees the right of every citizen to petition public authorities when they believe that an issue requires attention or redress. Through petitions, young people can formally draw the attention of Parliament, ministries, regulatory bodies, and other public institutions to matters of public concern. And closely related to this is the use of the Right to Information Framework, which was strengthened by the passage of the Right to Information Act 2019, Act 989. This law, ladies and gentlemen, and my dear students, empowers citizens to request information from public institutions regarding decisions, contracts, expenditures, and policies of government. And for the youth, this tool is particularly powerful. It allows young citizens to ask legitimate questions such as how public funds allocated to community projects are being used, how procurement decisions are made, how resources intended for education, healthcare, or youth development are distributed. Our nation is confronted with new realities: rapid population growth, technological transformation, evolving economic opportunities, and heightened expectation from citizens. Emphasis: heightened expectation of citizens. And on this one, I ask, now who calls up? When the time comes for us to seek your vote, we promise you everything. So we are responsible. The time has come for us to be measured in the promises we make. By the way, these changes demand leaders who are competent, institutions that are credible, and citizens who are engaged. This is where the youth must recognize their stakes in government. You are the present stakeholders in the governance of this country. The decisions we taking today on education, employment, innovation, digital transformation, and national development will shape the opportunities available to you tomorrow. History again offers lessons. Young nationalists we discussed engaged with ideas, mobilized communities, and contributed to the shaping of political thoughts in our dear country. Their leadership influenced the institutions that govern Ghana today. Governance must therefore not be seen as something distant or confined to the chambers of parliament or the offices of government. Governance is reflected in how we manage institutions, how we demand accountability, and how we participate in shaping national discourse. And indeed, Mr. Chairman, the connection between youth leadership and governance is clear. Competent youth leadership strengthens governance, whilst weak or disengaged leadership weakens it. The task before you today, you the future leaders, is therefore not only to aspire to positions of authority, but to develop the competence, integrity, and civic consciousness necessary to improve the governance of our dear country. Chairman, student leadership, and students, I further submit that we live in a changing world. And in this changing world, what is your role within the context as youth leaders? It is important to situate this within a broader reality of our time. We are living in a rapidly changing world. You therefore should cast your mind back to the stories I shared at the beginning of this address. The young graduate, despite his academic excellence, struggled initially because he lacked the practical skills, adaptability, and leadership experience needed to guide his team. The university students, full of ambition, were challenged to ask themselves whether they were truly ready to take responsibility when the time comes. Both stories highlight the central truth about leadership in a changing world. Knowledge alone is not enough. competence, adaptability, ethical judgment, and vision are collectively essential. The pace of change today is unprecedented. Advances in technology, shifts in global economic systems, environmental pressures, and the interconnected nature of modern societies mean that leadership must constantly adapt to new realities. And one of the foremost transformative developments shaping this changing world is the rise of artificial intelligence. What once existed only in the imagination of scientists and futurists has now become a powerful force influencing how societies function. Artificial intelligence powers everything from medical diagnostics and financial system to agriculture, transportation, and education. Around the world, AI is transforming how businesses operate, how government delivers services, and how knowledge is produced and shared. For you, the youths gathered in this auditorium, and those listening to me outside of this auditorium, this transformation presents both an opportunity and a challenge. You, the young people, must recognize that the future of work and leadership will increasingly be shaped by digital technologies, automation, and intelligent systems. By the way, are we to revisit Dr. Baumier's digitalization policy? I'm sure it is relevant, and we need it. The skills that will define success in the coming decades will not only include traditional academic knowledge, but also digital literacy, technological adaptability, and creativity and problem solving. Globally, innovators are already using digital technologies to transform sectors such as agriculture, financial services, and health delivery and education. Technology-driven entrepreneurship is opening doors that previous generations could scarcely imagine. However, the adoption of artificial intelligence also requires responsibility and ethical awareness. Technology must serve humanity. It must not deepen inequality or undermine democratic values. Young leaders, therefore, must not only use technology, but also contribute to shaping policies and ethical frameworks that guide its responsible applications. I beg to submit. Ultimately, the changing world we speak of is the environment in which today's youth will live, work, and lead. Artificial intelligence, digital innovation, and global connectivity will continue to redefine economies and societies. The question, therefore, is not whether the world will change. It will, whether you like it or not. The real question, therefore, is whether the youth of today will prepare themselves to lead effectively within that changing world, using knowledge, technology, innovation to strengthen governance, expand opportunity, and advance national development. The young graduate experience reminds us that, like him, today's youth must learn to navigate new tools and technologies to lead effectively. They must embrace innovation and adapt quickly to new realities, just as the students in our second story were challenged to prepare for responsibilities that do not yet exist. And this is precisely why there is the need to develop competent leaders capable of navigating and shaping a rapidly changing world. Now, beyond your degrees, the responsibility, opportunity, and leadership that is expected. Chairman, student leadership, members of the academia, my dear students, on this, I beg to further submit that after your 4 years of study, Your certificate will not be tattooed on your foreheads. They say I should repeat. I will repeat. I beg to submit that after 4 years of your study, your certificate will not be tattooed on your foreheads. Opportunity will not be easily handed to you. They must be created and responsibly managed. Entrepreneurship, innovation, applied skills, and civic engagement are the sine qua non in Ghana where formal jobs are scarce. I repeat, entrepreneurship, innovation, and applied skills, as well as civic engagement, are the sine qua non in Ghana where formal jobs are scarce. In my office alone, I have over 2,000 CVs of young people seeking employment. Opposition leader, where do I find the jobs? There's a pile of CVs. However, while the limited availability of opportunity is a genuine national concern, there is another issue we must confront honestly. Political leaders must be prepared to speak truth to power and speak truth to our own people. I say this without fear of contradiction. One of the growing concerns in our country today is the abuse of opportunities by some of the very youth these interventions are meant to empower. In this constituency, where I have had the privilege of serving as Member of Parliament since 2013, I have responded to the unemployment challenge in practical ways. Over the years, I've supported the distribution of more than 10,000 industrial and hand sewing machines to young people. Giving scholarship to students, I also initiated apprenticeship programs in tiling, carpentry, and tailoring, and purchased vehicles and tricycles for the youth under work and pay arrangements. These initiatives were to equip the youth in the constituency with skills, tools, and independence. But experience has taught me some useful lessons. Some of the sewing machines provided to start livelihood were sold. Some apprentices abandoned their training halfway. In some cases, some lost interest in the very opportunities that were meant to transform their lives. The work and pay vehicles, some did not pay at all. Some ended up selling the vehicle which they did not have document to. And at the national level also, we observe a similar pattern. Student loan scheme, which was established to support access to higher education, has in many instances been abused. Funds intended to support education are taken without a clear plan to repay them, weakening a system designed to support future generations of students. These realities bring us directly to what lies beyond the degree. Beyond the degree lies leadership. Beyond the degree lies innovation. Beyond the degree lies responsibility. Too often, many young people approach employment with a narrow expectation that success must come only through white-collar jobs. Some come to my office asking exclusively for employment at Bank of Ghana, Cocoa Board, GRA, VRA, among others. The government sector is choked. The government sector is choked. These institutions cannot absorb the thousands of graduates entering the job market every year. The future of Ghana cannot be built by job seekers alone. It must be built by job creators. I therefore call on government to put in place the necessary support systems to create opportunities that will enable the private sector to grow our economy. Perhaps I may have to remind all of you here that Bill Gates left Harvard University before completing his degree. I'm not saying abandon school. Yet he went on to build Microsoft, one of the most influential technology companies in the world. His success did not come from certificate alone, but from vision, innovation, and the courage to pursue opportunity. And we know of Jack Ma, the founder of Alibaba Group. He was rejected from dozens of jobs, including a job at KFC. Yet he refused to allow rejection to define his future and built one of the largest e-commerce platforms in the world today. Similarly, Steve Jobs, may God bless his soul, dropped out of Reed College, but later co-founded Apple Incorporated, transforming the global technology industry through creativity and relentless innovation. Entrepreneurship, technical skills, digital innovation, agriculture, manufacturing, and creative economy all present opportunities for you to create value and build livelihoods. Those who rise to the challenge will not simply wait for opportunity. They will build it, shape it, and extend it to others. And it is precisely this kind of leadership that Ghana needs in a rapid, changing world. Chairman, student leadership, students, let me conclude by submitting that you should reflect on the two lessons that I have shared in my stories at the beginning of these keynotes. The first story of the young graduate who struggled despite academic brilliance reminds us that knowledge alone does not make a leader. Leadership, as I've already said, requires judgment, competence, character, and the ability to inspire others. The second story of the university students confronting the responsibility of leadership, as I've already submitted, depicts that the future of our nation rests on the shoulders of young people, and that awareness must challenge us to much courage, initiative, must challenge us to match it with courage, initiative, and responsible action. These stories are a call to action. Degree is only the beginning. What follows? How you engage with the community, your nation, and the opportunities before you define your impact and the legacy of your generation. Ghana needs a generation of young leaders who are committed to shaping institutions, influencing policy, and holding systems accountable. Embrace youth leadership. Exercise responsible civic engagement and commit to good governance. In doing so, you will go beyond the degree and help build a Ghana that is prosperous, inclusive, guided by competent and responsible leaders. By the way, I am old, I'm not young. I say I'm old and not young because you are soon going to take over from me. Yesterday I told some young students that back in the days at UCC, at Casford Hall, when we met J.H. Mensah, he was a minority leader, and I was a mere TESCON floor member. I wasn't an executive. Little did I know that years after him, I will be the minority leader. So the future is yours. You can never tell, you know. So the young ladies, when these Chingilingi boys are coming, Don't just look at them today. Look in the beyond and share ideas with them. Don't shut the doors on them. When he becomes president, you are now going to say, when we were in school, he was asking me out. It will be too late. So, Chairman, with all that said, and with at least my bit of humor, as we leave this conference, let me urge all of you to internalize lessons of the two stories. Let them guide you to move beyond the degree. Step forward with competence, act with responsibility, and lead with vision. And in doing so, you will not only transform your own life, but also strengthen governance, foster civic engagement, and contribute meaningfully to a changing Ghana. The challenge is clear. The responsibility is yours, and the opportunity to lead is right here. Go beyond the degree and shape the future of our nation. God bless you for your kind audience. Thank you for listening to me. Thank you, SRC leadership, for putting this program together. God bless University of Education, Winneba. And may its products become the future of our nation.
We can even celebrate the mighty minority leader more than we are doing now. That was an inspiration. Not long ago, we saw pictures circulating of the Osahen when in his very young days he was selling bread. And nobody thought he would be a serious debater when it comes to parliamentary proceedings and affairs. And here he is today. That means tomorrow most of us will take over from the Osahen Alexander Ato Kwamena Afenyo Market. God bless you, sir. And to our beautiful ladies, don't shut the doors, but don't open it too wide. Thank you. We'll take a few questions from you, just two. The SRC wants to give just two people the opportunity to ask a question and have an interactive session with your sign. Wow. Presido, from the look of things, we may have to boycott the questions because the hands I'm seeing are way beyond the two. Please, can we take just two? So one lady and one gentleman. 5, okay. The Osahin has given us the opportunity to take 5 questions. Beyond 5, so please come, yes. Okay, so we have how many already? 1, 2, 3. It's okay, please. It's okay. Please, you have only one question. In fact, a brief one. Let's do it that way. A very brief one. Okay.
Please face the camera when you're asking your questions.
All right, thank you very much. My name is Oliver Bilonim, the 10th president of the University of Education, Winneba. I want to ask Honorable Leader, the team Beyond the Degree highlight a painful reality. While our university churn out thousands of graduates, the current job market demands specialized technical skills that many ordinary universities aren't equipped to provide. Given that the MPP government track record in establishing new public universities is often criticized compared to the NDC infrastructure legacy.
Please, we can't hear you. And make your question very brief for us, please.
Yes. What is your personal, specific policy blueprint to...
Please, let's move to the next person, please. But before that, before we move to the next question, hello, sir, please, you've exhausted your time.
Okay, so what is your personal policy blueprint to make more, move away from traditional theory-heavy university degrees when your power ever returns to power? Thank you very much.
Thank you, but please pause for a minute. Please pause for a minute. The SRC wants to do a quick presentation in less than 2 minutes. A quick presentation. So, His Excellency Annabelle Raphael and then the local NUX president, please join me up quickly and do this presentation on behalf of the SRC to the CEO of NHIS. Thank you.
Oh, let's appreciate the MC. On behalf of the Student Representative Council, SRC UEW, we want to thank Dr. Victor Asare Bampo. In fact, the invitation came in very late, but he honored it. Let's appreciate him with a clap. Beyond the degree, in fact, you have to know people. This program has given us the privilege to meet big men in the office of the NHIA, and we want to say thank you so much for that opportunity. On behalf of the SRC, I would want to read briefly so we can do this presentation. The SRC is greatly honored to present this citation to Dr. Victor Asare Bampo, an accomplished medical professional, public health expert, and distinguished public servant whose work continues to contribute significantly to healthcare, leadership and policy in Ghana. In a world increasingly confronted with complex public health challenges, your leadership represents the importance of strategic thinking, responsible governance, and the effective stewardship of national institutions that safeguard the health and dignity of society. This citation is therefore presented in recognition of your invaluable contribution to this conference and in appreciation of your dedication to national development through service in healthcare leadership. The SRC UEW is proud of you and would want to present this to you to appreciate that we indeed grateful for making this program a success. Thank you.
President, I would want to, Chairman, can I have your special leave to do a little exercise? Thank you. My dear students, because we just delivered a paper on life after school, it is important that you don't see it only as a hypothetical story, but I give you a lived example of things that will get you to connect. So Dr. Bampo here, you know, diplomats are always acting very humble. It's part of their ethical training. He is a diplomat. He became a deputy minister of health in the first JM administration. And I was a backbencher in parliament. And we struck a good accord, though he is NDC, I'm NPP. But we're able to share an esprit de corps. Long after he had left government, we still got in touch. He was in Geneva. And anytime I visited Switzerland, just imagine he, on the other side of the political divide, picking a trolley to push my luggage. And he would pay for my lunch. He will see to my accommodation and calls me at night, "Leader, are you okay?" In the morning, he will check up on me. The point I want to make here is very simple. You are a student today and don't see your political opponent as an enemy. Build relationships. Build relationships. What we need for Ghana is not that poisoned atmosphere, that enmity, that you are of the left of center, I am of the right of center, so we are enemies. So I just want you to know that. And there are several more examples, but because he's here, I need you to know. And you see, because he's having a good relationship with us, if in opposition we find him doing anything wrong at NHIS, we'll quietly approach him and tell him to do it right. So we won't fight him that much. So that is the best that you can have. And I want you to learn from that.
Thank you very much. I'm very humble, leader. Thank you.
We'll take a picture?
Yes. Wait, I want the dean to join us. The dean should join us.
All right, so the dean for student affairs, please join them. Thank you very much, Osahin. And so the NHIS Campus Connect is still here with you. Don't worry if you are not able to register with the NHIS today. They are with us throughout the week as far as the SRC is concerned. So they are with us throughout the week. From the main campus, which is Winneba, to the Ajumako campus. And they are having a special program, which is the NHIS Campus Connect. All week at no charge, you can renew your health insurance or register your health insurance. Thank you very much for your attention. We'll continue to take the questions, and so my co-MC will take over from me and then take the questions for Osahin. Thank you. Okay, so the SRC wants you to know that this opportunity has been given by the CEO. So it is his initiative to give this to us at no cost. And so CEO, thank you very much, sir.
All right, so we'll take the questions, and because of time constraints, every question is limited to 30 seconds. If the question surpasses that time, we won't have time for anything else. So 30 seconds per question, make it brief. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for the opportunity. And thank you, Honorable Osahin Alexander Afenyomakin, for such a wonderful presentation. You are indeed an inspiration to our generation. So you said education is not only about passing exams or getting certificates. My question is, what initiatives are the universities intentionally taking to cultivate students to become proactive learners rather than passive receivers of knowledge? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Pascal Prince Ahiati is my name, an SSS person. Osahin, thank you very much for coming. Please, in your wisdomic presentation, you made a presentation that you did so many works for the constituency, whereby you gave machines to some of your constituents, but yet it end up, some of them end up selling some of them. So this brought me to mind that, does it mean that they don't have the skills to know how to use the machine that has been given to them, which means misappropriation of funds or resources? Also, I would also like to ask humbly that, Honorable, please, what are you doing to increase, as a minority leader, to increase accountability in our leadership? Thank you very much. Pascal Prince Ayati.
Thank you. My name is Ken Amwa. Honorable Osahin Afenyomakin, I want to ask you, with respect to our theme for this program, it says developing competent leaders for a changing world. Now, in recent times, we see in our parliament the chaos that goes on over there. I want to find out from you. You gave a very good presentation. How then do you tell student leaders to look up to those in parliament for us to develop into a changing world? Now, my second question is about the no fee stress policy. Now, this no fee stress policy we know has been implemented by the current government. And we realize that most of the level 100s last year and this year did not have the opportunity to benefit from this policy. How then, as a minority leader, do you hold the government accountable for it to seem as an intervention for students who are needy to further their education rather than not being selective to give people some money? Thank you very much. My name is Ken Amwan.
My name is Emmanuel Akwa. I'm the Test Cornerstone Secretary for UEW. My question to Osain: as a student leader who balances academics and leadership responsibilities, how can the current government recognize and value leadership experience when selecting graduates for employment? For a student whose main motive was to graduate from the university with their degree to transition into the next stage, whilst government continues to rapidly decrease employment. Thank you.
So Osahin will answer the questions that have been asked.
So, thank you very much. We have a couple of questions. The first from Mr. Oliver Konedu, the 10th president. He wanted to know my specific policy initiative in the constituency. I'm sure I listed them in the lecture. I need not repeat them. The second issue about how initiatives by universities to help develop our leaders and create employment opportunities. Well, I'm not a member of the academia, but I can propose this. I believe that already there is this internship program that has become part of the academic work of students. The teaching must connect more to industry, where students would have practical interface of what they are taught over the period. Or you make internship compulsory, especially during long vacs, that there must be evidence of industry experience. When I say industry, I'm not referring just to manufacturing or the business environment. I'm talking about your very profession. If you are in the field of teaching, you must be given that opportunity so that you build capacity over the period. So that's, I think, is one way to look at it. On the issue of whether or not those who benefited from my interventions did not have the required skills, I don't think so. I think it's more about the abuse of opportunities. That is why in my lecture, I submitted that much as leadership is expected at the government level to come out with policies, when the policies are rolled out, those of you who benefit must also think about the next person. Because one of the problems in Ghana today is that all of us talk about political patronage. So you say you are a businessman, and then your government that you served at the party level gives you a loan. Instead of paying, you won't pay. When they come after you, you say, oh, but I brought the party to power. You even forget that there is somebody who is a member of your party who has not gotten the opportunity. So as part of the orientation, we need to get to a point where we realize that when there's an opportunity in government and we get the chance, we don't abuse it. Some people get the opportunity to work in a public office and they don't even go to work. It's also part of the abuse. So the change will start from you, and we must begin to have civic engagement on that. And then there was another question about what can be done to increase accessibility into public service. As for that one, I don't think that the way to go is to increase employment opportunities in the public service. The way to go is to create the enabling environment in the private sector. If you take Winneba, for instance, there are many people who are doing their own businesses, doing their own trading. I had a sister who was in Tema and got an opportunity to come and establish in Winneba. She was hustling. She first resigned as a public servant and started hustling in Tema, made some little capital. Today, she's doing it big time in Winneba because she saw the opportunity, she embraced it, and the last time I checked, she said she had paid her loan. Many people get opportunity and they don't make good use of it. So today she has employed some people. And sometimes when I go to a shop, I see some of you UEW students, and when I interview, say, oh, I school at UEW, I am a graduate, I am doing internship, we are on vacation, I want to come and do some work and earn some living. So she is creating employment. That is not coming from government. So I think that government should be the enabler, and that should be the focus. And then somebody asked a political question. Chaos that goes on in parliament. It's a chamber of debate. Temperatures will definitely rise someday. I mean, let's face reality. It's a chamber of ideas. Imagine if the majority would want to rush a bill through and the minority with no numbers. Sometimes you have to do some shaky small. You know, it's not the best of an example, but we are in a human institution. We're human. Sometimes politics goes with emotions. So you are likely to hit up. But I think the bottom line is that it must be reasonably minimized so that you see more of a reasoned chamber of debate and ideas than a chamber of chaos. I take note of that. Then the no fees policy. Well, I realize that the no fees policy received a lot of applause. I'm saying that I realize that the no fees policy, the question received a lot of applause. Well, the questioner wants me to be an advocate to keep government on its toes, to ensure that government delivers on its promise without discrimination. Well, it's a job given to me in parliament. You will hear of me in parliament.
Thank you. Please, my name is Uew Src. My question is, in school, our success is based on the CGPA we get. That's how we measure our success. Now, how do we measure our success when we get into the professional world? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please, my name is Isaiah. So my question to the Honorable Member of Parliament, over my few years of being a student, I've realized that particularly in Ghana, our education system is one sector that has been politically influenced. And because of that, our education system has failed to provide a kind of training is supposed to give the student to become competent for the job market after our years in formal education. So I want to ask the Honorable, do you think it is right for educational system to be politically influenced? And if no, then what do you think as a leader is the measures that you as leaders are supposed to take to make sure that the education system is tailored towards giving the student the necessary skills for life? Thank you.
I am Salom. And then, Honorable, I want to ask you, do you need or do you believe our current education system adequately prepares students for life beyond a degree? If no, what reforms do you or will you do to improve it? And then the next one is, what opportunities are being created within this constitution for graduates? Thank you.
Please, my name is Clement Akanaraite. He emphasized that leadership must be defined by integrity, transparency, and accountability. In light of the purported allegations against Kenneth Ofori-Atta, how should young leaders respond to such actions when public officials are accused of such actions? When it undermines the public trust and confidence of the society?
Okay. I'm in the person of Uew Src. I would want to ask, what are some of the challenges that you face after your degree, and then how did you overcome it? And then also, as an entrepreneur or aspiring entrepreneur, what are some of the opportunities that might be in his or her way? Some of the jobs that the person can create, and how the person can get contracts to develop. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let me start with the issue of Mr. Kenneth Ofori-Atta. You know, sometimes in the politics that we do, some people may want to put a certain narrative that seeks to put debts on an individual because of politics. For me, I mean every bit of my submission. Leadership by integrity, accountability. But when the environment is such that you are out of office as a political leader, and the presumption is that you must be prosecuted, it's also problematic. So I do not think that in the Kenneth Ofori-Atta case, government cannot prosecute him. The law is clear. If you have evidence against wrongdoing, you go to court. So for me, the bottom line is the government pursuing the matter in court, and the law is clear. Even if you are absent, you can be tried in absentia. That is why the constitution is there. So I don't have a problem at all. We don't run a perfect system. Government is not run by one man. It's run by thousands of people. In a particular government, you can have 5,000 appointees, if not more. So if there is any issue, that is why we are engaged in a system like this. I am here as your MP. You are freely asking a question. We have the RTI. We have other tools available to question your leaders, so that if there's a particular wrongdoing, with evidence you can point it out so the right thing is done. So I don't have a problem at all, and I'm sure nothing stands in the way of government to pursue any wrongdoing. What we are against is the selective justice, the persecution, and the media trial. On the issue of how do we measure our success outside of campus? Yes, on campus, you know, the grading system is 80 and above is A, 79 to this is B, and all. So at the work environment, how do you measure it? I think it's very subjective. You can always measure your work output based on the task given. So there is no fixed answer to it. It's for you to determine what has been given you and how you expect it to handle. And the issue of whether or not our education system is politically influenced, I agree. I very much agree. I agree that as political leaders, we've not done enough to insulate educational policy from partisan policy on education. So recently in a lecture, I talked about strengthening the NDPC, the National Planning Development Commission. It is provided for in the Constitution that we, the political leaders, must have our political manifestos. However, that should find space within the long-term agenda of national policy. So it is good you have brought this important topic. I am for it. I don't think that when Kufuor introduced the 4-year SHS and emphasized on science, technical, technology, then Professor Mills came, there was a committee, reviewed it to 3 years and all. It disrupts the system. It affects you, the student. I hold a view that politicians must have their vision, but that vision should be a vision of a larger vision, the Ghana vision. And National Planning Development Commission must be apolitical. We shouldn't allow political appointment in there. It should be a commission that would be the planner for the next generation. And every political party must be seen to be acting within that bigger space. So your question is a call for reform, a broader thinking, and I will support that call. Then we are also asked whether or not the current education system is fit for purpose. That's a big question. Our lecturers can assist us. Because I've talked about AI in my lecture. I've scanned through all the public universities. Not a single university in Ghana has developed an AI-driven curriculum. There's none. Not at UEW. Is there a first degree called BSc in AI? Is there? So the question is that the university management, 10 years ago, the vice chancellor we had, 5 years ago, the vice chancellor we had with his academic board at UEW, at UCC, at Tech, Lagos, those in charge of management, what opportunities did they see in technology? Did they train lecturers? Did they give scholarship to lecturers to go for training abroad to prepare them for this program? Because it's a digital world. We talk about it with our mouth, but our educational system is not ready for it. So that, in that context, I will say that perhaps our educational system may not be fit for purpose. On my own side, I identified that challenge. Is the reason why in Efutu here, I have built more libraries powered by technology to train our kids, at least at the basic level. That is why Winneba has the highest number of libraries in the whole of Ghana. You can check it. Because I see technology as a reality. And in my own small way, I felt that whatever resources that I have, I should start with it so that every community in the constituency will have an ICT library and prepare the children for future. So it's a big question, but I believe your professors are listening. They must immediately initiate an academic program in AI. And if lecturers need to be equipped with knowledge, I'm sure they should get the funding and do that, so that we know that in the next 10 years, some of you will become AI graduates. The last question had to do with entrepreneurship and opportunities, how to spot these opportunities and how to make good use of it. Without adding to the superfluity of my earlier submission, I believe that I discussed the existence of opportunities, but they often get abused. Again, when the opportunities come as an entrepreneur, you will need a lot of discipline. Let me give you an example of a market woman in a Winneba market. She has her phone with her. She needs to talk to somebody who is some 100 meters away. She will make a call. We have that market woman. The whole night, she spends it on TikTok. What she doesn't know is that her data is what? Running. Or when you use TikTok, it doesn't affect your data. Does it? So it is still your capital going. So how we use our resources. Many of us spend money on things that are not necessary. Funerals. You have bags, you want to buy more to prove a point. You are a trader, you have one car, you want to buy more. You are living in a 2-bedroom apartment, you are renting. Then your capital, you go and buy a land with a very capital. Then you end up going for credit from a bank with high interest rates because you want to build societal pressure. You want to own a house. But won't do why? Why don't you keep your capital? So you see somebody is a security man at UEW or a junior staff. Let's even some of your lecturers. He wants to build at all costs. So he goes to take a loan from the bank. Then Nebano ko university and Sikeniwo. So we need to plan how we spend. It's very critical. In Ghana, one of the things that weaken us is how we spend. Many people are asset rich, cash poor. You have a lot of buildings, but you are unwell. They need to go and do surgery. They need 10,000 cedis. You go to the hospital, where is your money? Oh, me what dying. A dying no yesika. A japadie. A japadie nko any sika nko. Into wo ye wo ankra juma. Usika sem no as I say wotutu ni ye. A man needs liquid. You don't always need to lock yourself in assets because you want to prove a point that you are driving the latest Mercedes because you are a businessman. You don't need it. Keep the cash, invest in the business to create wealth. Thank you very much.
I believe we can do it so much better. Thank you very much, Osahin, for answering all our questions. We'd like to take a presentation from the SRC.
Osahini Alexander Afenyo-Markin. I want to reinstate that I'm one of the few gentlemen in your constituency whom your leadership is impacting. And my good people here will attest that, yes, it's having an impact here in UEW. A clap will appreciate for that. Beyond the degree, we've learned that it demands a lot of things. As a leader of the 31st UEW administration, I would want to use this platform because honestly, I don't know when I'm going to get this platform again. And I want to use this platform. Growing up in Ifutu here, I know a lot of things that Osaine has done. and my home is not an exception. He made mention of some scholarship. Osayini, it's a sad thing for me to say today that when the student loan initiative was instituted, in fact, the office is just downstairs and I have my SRC office up there. As early as 6:30 a.m., I find students in there trying to get loans for their fees. The council will appreciate that this scholarship scheme, we can have one from your office to support our people. We are praying that a day will come just like what we have in our noble institution by our Vice Chancellor as the VC scholarship. We can also have one coming from Osahene scholarship for UEW people. And so the council, beyond the degree, would want to secure some scholarship for our people. The very last one I want to talk about. I was at St. Paul's Methodist when I saw taxis in Winneba, which he mentioned, and I want to confirm that indeed that is true. People were given a lot of vehicles for work and pay. I saw it. We were very young by then. Still we are young. I'll be so much grateful because there is something happening here in our noble institution. During Fridays, our level 100s do have what we call the Libra course. Transporting of our students from South Campus to the North Campus is a burden to the council. I pray that beyond the degree, we could secure a bus for our people. I don't know how this will happen. The SRC take deals, yes, to do its project and all that. But I believe that before we leave here, in fact, I know that Osahene is a man of his words, and my words will touch his heart. So we can have this done. The council had a bus, but as of now, even this morning, we had to go to some gentlemen to beg them to get us sprinter to convey our members from South Campus here. I believe that if for nothing at all, a 60-seater bus would do us a great good. I wouldn't want to come again, two of them. I know that he's a man of his words and he will listen. But we pray that our concern put before him will be worked on in my administration before I leave, so that I can add them to my achievement. At this juncture, I'll invite the Vice Dean to join us upstage and would ask the General Secretary to help us read what we have on the citation. In fact, when we were putting this request through, I didn't believe that I'm going to meet him today. In fact, I'm proud to be a Winnebarian. And so, do the reading for us.
Citation in honor of Osahene Alexander Kwamena Afenyo-Markin. The SRC takes great pride and honor in presenting the citation to Osahene Alexander Kwamena Afenyo-Markin, a distinguished statesman, accomplished legal practitioner, and dedicated public servant. As the Member of Parliament for the Futi constituency and the minority leader of the Parliament of Ghana, you have distinguished yourself as a leader committed to democratic governance, responsible leadership, and national development. Your journey in public life reflects a deep devotion to service, intellectual engagement, and the advancement of Ghana's democratic institutions. Through your leadership in Parliament and your unwavering dedication to the people you represent, you continue to demonstrate that true leadership is not defined merely by authority, but by a sincere commitment to serve with integrity, courage, and accountability. At the Beyond the Degree Conference, held under the theme, Building Competent Leaders for a Changing World, your address on leadership and service offered invaluable insights to our students and young leaders, reminding us that education is not only a pathway to personal success, but also a foundation for responsible leadership and meaningful service to society. This citation is therefore presented in grateful recognition of your distinguished contribution to this conference and in appreciation of your inspiring commitment to leadership and public service. The SRC celebrates your presence and honor your example, and honor the example you continue to set for the next generation of leaders. Thank you, Osahin Kwamena Afenyomakin.
leaders. Let us have a change of mindset so that we can prepare ourselves for tomorrow. We thank you, Honorable. We thank you, Vice Dean, and we thank our colleague lecturers who are here for your wonderful insight, and we appreciate your time with us, and we look forward to seeing you more. Thank you for coming, and God bless us all.
All right, I'd admonish that we all rise as Osahin exits. All right, so we'll sing Yenara Assassini to usher our Osahin out. So, Yenara Assassini, Ea Bodin Demayen, Mujana Nananum Shegu Yabito Omayen, Edumine Ososo, Sayebe Biatwaso. Ningetwa sokutu kane pesemi kunya eliyebre ama esatusu omatuse seriyo omanu seriyo esena ose omafo branetre omanu sebeyo omanu seriyo Please resume your seats. All right, please remain seated after he exits. We have a special package for every member in here. We told you we are an active conversation, and we were right. We'll take a quick announcement, and then we'll come around with the very, very wonderful items we have for you.
Please remain seated. The item 13 will be shared in the auditorium.